This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grande Style Pet Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Hang out with us during our all-day dog grooming live streams and enjoy our great chat community. All right, let's get busy. Today I'm starting with Martha the Yorkie. She is going to get butterfly ears and a very light trimmed bang, trimmed around the feet and trimmed under the tail. And she doesn't like to wear a bow, so she goes home natural. Right, Martha? So we're going to get her straight into the tub. Little Miss Martha, you're a good girl. Martha is one of those Yorkies with a very fragile coat. It tends to break easily, and her mom likes her as long as possible. So when we go to brush her, we'll be using the Mason Pearson brush. That's an expensive brush. There are less expensive brushes in that same style. We have some of those linked on our Yorkie page at grandestylepet.com. That's GRANDE stylepet.com. Click on hairstyles by breed and then scroll all the way down to the bottom. On that drop down is the Yorkie page. And then we have both the Mason Pearson brush and a similar brush that's less expensive linked there. I'm frothing her shampoo. I'm gonna wash her face with the tearless shampoo. It's okay, Martha. And then I'll wet down her body with the frothed shampoo after I get her face started. And the brush breakdown I did at the end of Saturday's live stream, I separated that out into its own video. I'm gonna slightly edit it, just a little, and then post that brush breakdown on all the different styles brushes, the ones that I used to use and put away, the ones I'm using now, and the differences between them, what I liked, what I didn't like about each one. So I'll be releasing that video as soon as I'm done editing it. Let the shampoo sit on for just a couple minutes. Sometimes I brush through the hair while the shampoo is sitting. With her hair being so fragile, less is more on the brushing department. So we'll just let it sit. This gives the conditioners time to work on the skin and the coat. Yes, it does. I don't have my watch on, so I can't time it. No, I can't. I can't time it. She's like, what are you doing? Why are you just sitting here? This isn't normal. Yeah, it's shampoo. Yes, it is. So, I was expecting my Artero Spectra clippers that I ordered and the Crown Royal products that I had ordered a couple weeks ago. The Spectra clipper still wasn't even shipped yet. And the shampoos and conditioners all got halted in the shipping process about a week ago today, and just hadn't moved from there. So I don't know if something broke open in the box and it was leaking, or if it got damaged or what, but it was just stuck. So I canceled all those orders and reordered them from Ryan's Pet Supply because they'll get it to me quicker. So I just canceled all that, redid it yesterday, ordered all the same stuff, just from somewhere different. I ordered a bunch of the Crown Royal for our retail department as well. And I added it to our Amazon storefront yesterday, along with the new brush that I'm using. And I finally got the back end of our Amazon storefront worked out. There was a situation where I wasn't getting paid on the Amazon storefront since it began, basically. And I figured out there was one box left unchecked, so I finally got that figured out and straightened out. So yay. I appreciate everybody who goes to our Amazon storefront to find the products that I like and use. It's a good place to find all the bow making materials, the shampoos, the sprays, the clippers, the brushes, combs, all the different stuff that I like and use is all compiled there. If it's available on Amazon, not everything is, but that is, I have linked there. I added all the new pom-poms and elastics that I use for the neck collars too. The ones I've been buying. So you can easily find the colors, like the watermelon colors that I'm using this month. And the right size pom-poms and the right size elastics. We also have our frothers in there that we use. All kinds of stuff. She's soaking in conditioner. I'll brush her teeth. It's okay. Not all dogs like this part. Good girl. It's all right. It's all right. Be a good girl. All right, good enough. You know, one of the common ancestors of the Yorkshire Terrier is a now extinct breed called the Paisley Terrier. That breed became extinct in the late 1800s, I believe. It's sad when we lose different dog breeds to extinction. There's a couple of breeds right now that their numbers are extremely low. And it's very concerning. Because once you lose them forever. Yorkies are terriers. They're not in the terrier group with the AKC, they're in the toy group because they're not used for terrier type jobs anymore. But they were once very proficient ratters. And sometimes you see ones like this with this coat type that stays shorter on the muzzle and the legs and is a bit more wiry there. And the coat is more like a terrier than silky, like some of the Yorkies you see. The more, the ones that are in the show ring and stuff have the silkier hair. But this kind of coat is not uncommon. And I'm sure was more desirable if the dog was actually working and ratting than the silky coat. All right, let's get her dry. I left my clippers on the charger. I gotta run back and get them. Be right back. So my next appointment has canceled. So during that downtime, we'll make some bows and bandanas and oil blades. That'll keep us busy. Until we get another client. It's very rainy here today, so I don't blame them. They had quite a drive to get here, so. This one did as well. She came from the Villages up in that area, which is quite a long drive on a rainy morning. Well over an hour, I think, to get here. So one of my clients with a Shih Tzu needed some new tools for the Shih Tzu, so they went onto our Shih Tzu page on our website and they found the face comb to clean around his face, and they were talking about how he doesn't like it. So there's a reason why, and I think I have it on that description under the tool, but I'll double check just to make sure. But the reason why they don't like it is the face comb has really fine and ultra fine teeth. On a Yorkie or a Shih Tzu, they have really thick whiskers. Maltese and Poodles have very fine whiskers, but Yorkies and Shih Tzus and Lhasas, they have really harsh, thick whiskers. The whiskers will catch in the ultra fine side. The whiskers don't catch on this side with the wider teeth, but they do on this side. So don't take the face comb through the whiskers. The really fine side is really good for getting eye boogies once they've been softened out, or just combing around the eyes. But on the muzzle, flip it over and use the wider side, especially if they have really coarse whiskers. And that's why your dog fights you on it. Same with over the eyes. They've got the really coarse, I think they're called, forgive me if I'm not pronouncing it right, vibrissae hairs or vibraceae hairs. They're a very coarse whisker type hair, and they have a very strong blood supply at the root and a very sensitive nerve at the root. So the nerve doesn't come out through that hair, so people think cutting the whiskers hurts. It doesn't, because that's just a hair. It's like cutting your beard if you're a man, or cutting your leg hair because it's coarser if you're a woman. But, you know, the sensitivity is at the root of that hair. So that's, you don't want to pull on it. That's why some dogs really hate having their mustache combed, even with any comb or a brush, because the nerve endings at the base of that hair are very, very sensitive and reactive. But like the actual cutting of that hair, that doesn't hurt them at all. There's a lot of confusion about that hair too. Like, do dogs need it? Do they not need it? Is it effective for them, you know, to have it? So when we look at the breeds with the really stiff ones, as opposed to the breeds with the really soft ones, we showed on a Lhasa Apso on Friday just how long his grew. And it hung down like this far off of his face. And so that one, you know, it's buried in all that other facial hair. How useful is it to him? It's hanging down. I wouldn't think that that really is beneficial in his day-to-day life to have it. However, like a Pomeranian who only grows really short, super hard whiskers, or a Chihuahua with the really short, hard whiskers, they seem to be different. They're harder and they are more functional than one with really soft whiskers. And that's just my own personal theory. The ones that have whiskers that are so fine that can fit right through these little fine teeth like a Maltese, I don't see them doing any real job at all because they're as fine as the hair is. So I guess the bottom line is I really don't know. I do know that cutting them doesn't hurt the dog, but at the same time, there's a lot of breeds I won't cut the whiskers on. Other breeds I will. If they get a trimmed face or a shaved face, I do. And if it's a natural breed, natural looking breed like a Pomeranian, I won't. Like, I wouldn't just up and trim whiskers on a short-haired dog of any kind. It would be silly. Like, why? But if it's a dog who's getting a short, rounded mustache, you kind of have to. Because like I said, like a Lhasa, their whiskers will grow this long. So how can you do a short, rounded face without trimming the whiskers? That would be silly. All right, are you done? Almost. Got a little hair hanging down in your eye. So we give her kind of a natural framing to her face at the same time as bangs. So I don't scoop out under the eyes with the blade. I keep it more natural between and just trim the corners. Then I keep like a natural framing around the eyes with just a light trimming over. So it looks natural. You've got all this flow down the sides. Like normally if we do bangs, we don't have that flow. But we just want her to look natural. We don't want her to look groomed. We just want her to be groomed. So I'm going to put her up in the front and text her people. She's one of the models on our face trim video for the Yorkie. that I just showed, showing her little butterfly ears and natural framing. It's one of the styles we do. Go text your mommy. Well, I guess she's a no-show, huh? Well, that worked.
And I just put the little toothless Yorkie for 11. So.
Oh, perfect. Oh, wait. Is that a different one? Luna? Because the little toothless one isn't Luna, but it's the same last name. Because he's a boy.
Oh, no, not Milo.
Oh, a different one.
Yeah, this is a different toothless one.
It's kind of the same name.
It is.
We don't want to say it out loud because...
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, no.
I've mixed that up before because it's kind of the same but different.
Yeah, it is kind of the same, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're both real cute and toothless, though.
Yeah. Milo. Yeah. He's such a little brat. I love him, but he's a brat. He's done real good, and he really has done well with you because he used to scream bloody murder on his nails when I first started doing them. And he got better and better, but it was the most ear-piercing scream you've ever heard. I mean, you lift up the hair. You don't even have the nail clippers in your hand. You pick up the foot and lift up the hair and scream.
Oh, my goodness. I'm pretty sure I remember this one because I think the last time, one of the last times she came in, it was like on the same day that Fred was in, and I was laughing because Fred's got that underbite and all his teeth are always showing, and then she had none at all. The extremes between them. It was just very funny.
All right, so my next one canceled, and then I got Rocco at 10. What time is it? 9. So I'm going to go oil blades. Alrighty. Disinfect the table and then oil blades. Somebody's excited to be here. He's like, hi. I'm still cleaning up Sheltie hair from Saturday. It's like you clean it up and more floats down. You clean it up and more floats down. You clean it up and some floats out from behind stuff. I used to have Rottweilers. I had 11 Rottweilers over the years. And my Rottweilers loved the high velocity dryer. It was like a massage on them. They're like, yes, please. Sometimes, especially for little dogs, like you'll see me anchor them for the nail trims. One of the reasons why it's so important is a really strong evasion technique that little dogs especially have is the rear up. So when they rear up and throw themselves back, you know, they're pulling, like when you're going to do their nails and such. One of the reasons why I will go ahead and anchor them when they have that response is many little dogs have weak knees. They have what's called luxating patellas, and they'll throw their knee joints out. And so, you know, and many times they can handle throwing their knees out and they go right back in joint, and they'll throw them out and they go right back in joint. The only problem is when they're rearing up, if the knee goes out of joint, they can really hurt a ligament by buckling. And so by preventing the rearing up, I prevent the buckling of the knee on dogs that are highly prone to luxating patellas. So that's one of the main reasons why I do anchor them. I'm going to go check her out. I'll be right back. this boy? All right, back to oiling blades. So this is my ghost layer organizer. The company's called Ghost Layer, and it's the best little organizer for my blades. Also have one for my snap-on combs and my wide 30 blades for the snap-on combs. This holds the wide snap-on combs, which is awesome, also from Ghost Layer. I get no kickbacks on those. I'm not trying to sell them. It just is what it is. That's what they are. And they sit right in my toolbox drawer really good. I love the product. So somebody said the other day that my clippers were so loud because I don't oil my blades. It's like, excuse me, just because you don't see me oil my blades doesn't mean I don't oil my blades. But I'll let you hear the change in the sound of the clipper from an unoiled blade to an oiled blade, and you tell me if it makes a difference. Nevertheless, I did order a new clipper just to see if there's a difference with the new clipper as opposed to the old clipper on quietness. When I oil blades, I put 1 drop of oil on each side right on the friction area wherever the blades touch together. Also, when I disinfect my blades, I brush the blade with the clipper side after each use. And the brushing of the blade with the clipper side also lubricates between the teeth and the whole surface area of the blade where I don't put the oil. So the oil goes on the friction areas and the clipper side goes on the rest of the blade. I don't like putting oil on the rest of the blade because it gums up between the teeth, and then you have hair piling up and making your haircuts uneven if you have oil between the teeth. It used to drive me crazy. Like, my mother groomed dogs for well over 50 years. From 1966 till 6 years ago, I guess, is how long she groomed dogs. And one day I walk into her shop when she's like 83 years old, still grooming dogs. And I literally saw this woman take WD-40 because her blade needed oiling and spray her blade with WD-40, which put oil all between the teeth. And I'm like, how is it that you've been grooming for 50 years and you still don't know how to oil a blade? I was like, really, woman? And then she wiped it off and used it, meaning there was oil between the teeth. You can't wipe off between the teeth. That's dumb. It's just dumb. Sorry, Mom. And then on a grooming group, a new groomers grooming group the other day, I saw a question saying that she keeps breaking her 30 blades and that she knows she's supposed to use a 30 blade under a snap-on comb, but she keeps breaking the teeth on her 30 blade, and she's getting really upset because she has to keep replacing the blade. And it's like, that shouldn't be happening. So every now and then my snap-on comb will be sitting wrong, but the majority of the time my snap-on comb, I make sure it is on perfectly before I turn on my blade. So when I put the blade on the clipper, I usually turn it on, turn it off, making sure the blade is sitting tight on the clipper. When I put on the snap-on comb, I put it on, and you got to make sure these little silver pieces are snug on each side of the blade so that they're hanging on each side of the blade. If they're offset, so if, let me try to get it on offset. If it's offset like this, it's going to be crooked for one thing. See how it's crooked? But those little side pieces aren't going to be snug. Try to get it to show here. Uh-oh, did I break it? No, I didn't. Well, they're still snug, but these are still snug, but there's a gap. See the gap? So get it sitting tight so there's no gap. So if it's not sitting tight, you're going to see a gap or a gap, and that's going to break the teeth on your blades. Lift it up. Make sure the metal side pieces are in place, and make sure this isn't broken. So sometimes these break off. These little metal side pieces, if those break off, your blade's never going to sit right. So be sure these are not broken. And make sure there's one of these isn't broken. So all these little pieces that hang on, make sure they're in place. There should be 4 on this style blade, snap-on comb. Make sure the blades, the clipper's turned off when you put this on. Like a lot of people are trained to have the clipper running when they put on the blade. So a lot of times they'll turn it on, and that'll help to set the blade in. Make sure it's in tight, but turn it back off. Before the snap-on comb, make sure there's no gaps, that it's on snug, and then turn it on. If you go to turn it on, you hear a loud rattling, turn that clipper right back off. Because if you turn it right back off instantly, there's a good likelihood you're not going to break teeth on your blade. That means your snap-on comb is not set on snug, right? And I'm out of oil. I gotta go look in the stock room and see if I have any oil back there. I hope I do. Maybe Kat does if I don't. So I'll be right back. Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry iGroom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area. Schedule a makeover for your pets today. All right, we're back in business. We have oil. So people always talk about speed in grooming forums, how you stay fast. One of my ways of staying fast is disinfecting all my tools between each dog. And when I get them out of the disinfector, out of the UV sterilizer, I put them in order right back in the blade organizers. And they're always in the same order. So I can grab and go without having to dig through a pile of blades or not having to wonder which one's which and stop and look at them. I can just reach in, grab. They're all set in by size, going from the smallest to the largest, or from that cuts the shortest to the ones that cut the longest. And then usually ones I use the very least are in the back. So how often should your blades be oiled? Once a day is best. And then I use the clipper side between each groom, between the teeth, which is also a lubricant, but I mostly use it to disinfect between the teeth. So that's brushed on, but the friction areas once a day is plenty, in my opinion. And you can see all these proper maintenance things take time. When you're paying for your dog's grooming, you're paying for the washing of the water dishes, the disinfecting of the kennels, the oiling of the blades. You're paying for the mopping of the floors and the laundry and the folding. All these things you're paying for. It's not just the time the dog spends on the table. A lot of times during my live stream, you don't see all the other duties or the paperwork I do at home, you know. You just don't see it all. You see the dog on the table for an hour, but it's probably more like an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and 30 minutes for all the supporting stuff that goes around the groom. The disinfecting of the shampoo bottles, the mixing of the shampoos. It's just so much that you don't see. And sometimes during these downtimes when I don't have a dog to work on, I can share some of these things that we do that you don't see. So you can tell how well maintained my tools are because while I was doing this, you heard no change in the sound of the blade from unoiled to oiled. When you have blades that are not maintained properly, they'll sound horrible until you oil it and then they don't sound bad. But you really didn't hear much of a change. And one of the nice things about the Artero Spectra clipper, which I use a lot, is it actually tells me how much burden there is. Get this to focus. Come on, focus. So you see the top, it says burden. if that's over the halfway point, your blade needs oiling. And it usually sits right around a quarter. So it's kind of like your car telling you when it needs oil or when it's getting low. The same thing with these blades and clippers. So on the Artero Spectra side, I do a 5 blade, a 4 blade, a 7, and then a 4-in-1, a 4-in-1, and a 4-in-1. This way, I always know the 4-in-1's up front, the 7's in the middle, and the longer blades are in the back. For the regular blade side, my little tiny blade that I use for my Dutch trims is always in the back, so I don't do that many Dutch trims. Then my longest blade's a 5/8 HT, then a 3 3/4, then a 3, then I don't use that kind of 4 there anymore, so a 5, and then we go to a 10, another 10, and a 15. I just got to go back some. Then a 30, and a 40, and a 40, and a 40. Then in the center, I have my wide blades. So I put my 5 in the middle, my 4 on the outside, and my 7 on this side. So whenever I reach in to grab, shortest to the longest, shortest to the longest, shortest to the longest. Organized, it's easy. And every time I get them out of the disinfector, I put them right back where they go. Then here in these holes, I put my wide 30s so that they're always with the blades, the snap-on combs that I use them with. I also have my blocking blade, sculpting blade. This needs oiling. I never put this blade with the other blades because it's the most dangerous blade I use. And so I don't want to accidentally pick it up thinking it's a 7 blade. This is a sculpting blade, and you can see it looks very dangerous. And it is very dangerous. So this will, if it caught skin or caught an ear, it would cut it right off. Hate to say it like that, but it's true. So this blade stays away from my other blades so I don't just mindlessly reach and grab thinking it's a 7 because it would look like a 7. So whenever I want this one, I have to go looking for it. So what do I use this one for? This one's a really cool blade. I only use it if I'm sculpting hair that's way out off the skin, so it never touches skin. And I only use it on a dog who stands like a champion while I'm working on them so that I can sculpt the coat with the blade as opposed to hand scissoring. I'll have Levi coming in today. He's a coton de Tulier with really thick hair, and he's getting a haircut. Sometimes I'll sculpt him with this, so we'll use this later today. All right, that's done. As far as scissors go, I only oil those if I feel any friction, and I usually only do it at the screw. So I'll just oil the ones that I use the most today, just to show you how I do it. My little scissor things need wiping off too. So I usually open them up, and then right on the screw and right where the main friction area is up here is the only places I typically oil my scissors. Once you put it there, it will spread. So I don't need any more than that. It's all I've ever done, and I do a ton of hand scissoring, and I never have problems. But I keep my scissors clean and dry. To disinfect my scissors, I use the disinfecting wipes And these have not put any pits in my scissors. They haven't like rusted my scissors. And my blade sharpener saw them wet one day with it because I'd wiped them down right before he got them. He's like, "Oh, you can't do that." And I'm like, "Yes, I can." It works just fine, thank you. All right. Now we're going to go make bows, or neck collars, I guess. So let's go to the bow room. We've got 20 minutes. Unless my next dog shows up early. So that sculpting blade or a blocking blade, they use it on cattle, like show cattle. Bring you back in here. The one I use is a blending blade made by Andis. But they're also called blocking blades, and let me show you what they're used for mostly. If you want to know how they hand scissor cattle, this is one of the ways they do it. Find some images, because it's always fascinating to me to see show-groomed cattle. All right, so let's pull, this guy's beautiful, it's on Reddit. Let me pull him up. Look at the grooming on this cow. That's done with a blocking blade. It looks hand scissored, but they sculpt them with the blades. Is that not gorgeous? And let's find another. This one's very pretty. It's not showing the image there. Let's see, how about find another well-groomed one. Five-hour haircut. This is a time lapse of a 5-hour haircut. So that's how he starts off. You can tell he's been groomed before too. So the hair grows back kind of like a Pomeranian with the frizzies on top. But he's using a sculpting blade to sculpt the entire cow. Into a beautiful work of art. So that's not shaved down to the skin because you want those nice thick legs and those pillar-shaped legs and nice level top line. So you're sculpting the whole thing. You can see the areas that are trimmed and not trimmed. Pretty cool, huh? The things you didn't know that you didn't need to know, but now you know. So that's what that blade's used for. All right. Let's see, who do we have today? Bandit and Levi do not get bows or bandanas, so we don't need anything for them. Rocco We've already got something made for him. Archie the Dachshund, we got something for him. Brady the Yorkie, we have something for him. So that's all I've got today. Tomorrow we have Juniper the Yorkie. She's going to get a bow and a neck collar. So let's make her a neck collar. I'm using mostly green for her watermelon colors. She's a size 10. So we'll do green and pink and green. This color is actually called Rose Red, which is perfect for watermelon. And I kind of like the idea of the watermelon colors for summer. This is on 5/8 inch stretch elastic. So it makes a stretchy collar, it goes right over the head, and it's really comfortable. And then she's getting a bow as well. Ooh, this ladybug matches perfectly. I didn't think about that. I've been doing the flamingo because it matches, but look at that. Perfect. So we'll make her a ladybug bow to go on it. Let's see, how do I want to make her ladybug bow? I'll do it this way. So usually when I'm making bows and bandanas, sometimes I'll stock up and like make a bunch of each size. But most of the time I make them just for what we have coming in for that day and the next day. And I make them custom for each dog. So I know what they like, I know what size they are, and I have exactly what I need. And this is how we typically fill last minute cancellation and no-show times. It's just by doing other little jobs that always need doing. Cover up the band with a rhinestone. We have a very well-stocked bow making room. It's got everything your heart could desire on making bows and bandanas. But it's amazing. I mean, it looks like a Joann's ribbon shop in here, or Michael's. And it's like I need to go to make something and I don't have what I need. It's like, how can you not have what you need? That's impossible. All right, next we have Dulce and Mignon tomorrow. So they're going to get watermelon colors. Dulce and Mignon are two Havanese. They're like a reddish brown. And then Juniper, the one I just made the neck collar and the bow for, she's a Yorkie who gets a fusion style trim with a rounded head and a top knot. And then the Havanese get puppy cuts, like one length all over, easier to maintain type of look with bangs. And Dulce's about a 13 size neck. Mignon's about a 12-inch. If I make them ahead, I can just grab and go when it's time. And that way I don't get behind schedule stopping to make stuff. Because there's nothing worse than getting behind schedule when you're grooming. All last week I could not stay on schedule for the life of me. Oh, it was awful. But some days are like that. It's like sometimes you have a client who needs consoling because their dog passed away, or you need to stop and get interviewed by a new client, or, you know, a puppy's fighting you on their face, or a dog comes in matted and you didn't expect it. And there's so many things that get us behind schedule. And then some days it all happens all at the same time, which, like, one dog after another, after another, after another, and an interruption here and an interruption there, and before you know it, you know, you're taking 3 hours on one dog when it should have took an hour. And people don't understand why that happens, and sometimes I don't understand why it happens, but it does. It's the life of a groomer. All right, next is Kelson the Schnauzer. We're going to do this cute little summery pattern on him. We're going to make summer last as long as we can. Even though school starts down here next week. Alright, Kelson, I'm going to say he's a 13. I put out the video on the Yorkie getting groomed in a full coat this morning. It's a Yorkie puppy who's a senior puppy. And right after that groom, she went, like 2 days later, went up to North Carolina. We're in Florida. And she won the Futurity there. And at the time of the making of that video, she's got all her single points towards her championship. She just needs her majors. And from the puppy classes, that's not bad, because that's a breed that really needs, you know, their coat to the floor to get points. So to get her points from the puppy classes, that was fantastic. So this bow is for Sadie the Morkie. She's coming in tomorrow. I was just thinking about her the other day. So Kat is working on, oh, what's his name? I know it, I just can't think of it. He's very vocal. It is Cosmo, the Bernedoodle. And he talks a lot, but coming into the salon is like, he's that vocal coming in with his tail wagging 90 miles an hour. He can't wait to get into the back, but he's vocal. Especially during the blow dry, which is what he's getting right now. So when you hear vocalizations like that of dogs in the grooming salon, it doesn't always mean that they're like totally upset. They're just vocal. And he tells us all about it. Alright, and then she's going to get a little pom-pom collar too. Get her extra dressed up. I think she's a size 11. I think I have a doggy here. Let's finish this one. So it's done. Be right with you. This was an 11. All right. It's Rocco, the party colored Yorkies, up next. Grand Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? Blocked. Call block. Select. Goodbye. All right. It's a Google business verification line. They call me 20 times a day, every day, all day. So with the rain, Rocco didn't go potty outside this morning, so I'm going to put him on his pee pad and see if he'll go before I start him. So we were successful. An empty dog is much easier to work on. We'll go ahead and put him straight into the tub. So this little guy's been learning how to get his nails done. He can be quite headstrong and stubborn when he wants to be. Last time he did quite good. So I'm excited to see how he does today. Rocco is a party-colored Yorkie. So there's Beaver Terriers that are this color, that are in the Yorkie family genetically. And then there's party-colored Yorkies, but they're actually two separate breeds. A quick way to tell the difference is party-colored Yorkies have a dock tail here in the U.S. like a Yorkie does. Not all of them, but some of them. So I learned that Crown Royal also makes a tearless facial shampoo. I ordered some to see what it's like. Right now I'm using the Tropiclean tearless facial shampoo. But since I'm switching to the Crown Royal products, I want to try theirs as well and see if I like it. Where are you going? Where are you going, mister? And let the shampoo sit on for a few minutes. While it sits, I'm going to lock this down so it's not making so many tapping noises. There we go. Because every time the dogs move, it taps. And dogs don't like tapping noises. While this is sitting on, I'll just brush it in. Oh, you're fine. It's not hurting your little self. I never made my shampoo in my little squirty bottle today. And my little squirty bottle's all the way across the room, my foamer. So I can't go get it right now, so we'll do the second shampoo with this. And then we'll make the foaming shampoo before our next dog comes in. So the last couple days I found this neurosurgeon online that, talks about different processes of the brain and how they work and how they function and what they do, and puts it kind of in lay person's language. And I found his stuff very, very interesting. Since in my family, one person has a brain injury and another person has other issues. And so I find, and one of my children was born profoundly retarded due to a genetic kind of thing. And so, I find the functions of the brain very interesting. And so I started applying what this guy's talking about to dog brains. Not sure if they work exactly the same or whatever, but just in how things are processed, like some things are so reactionary and other things are thought through, and some things are patterns of behavior. And, I've just been kind of thinking about, some of the things I've been doing lately with some of the dogs and how I'm getting better results. And I'm thinking, I wonder if this is why, right? So he's talking about one part of the brain where, when information goes into it and the nerve synapses happen all of a sudden and they go into the fear response and stuff, and then it takes 5 seconds for it to get to the frontal lobe of the brain where it actually starts to process through and kind of regulate that immediate response. So one of the things I've been doing, like with the toenails when they really hate it, which is one of the things I'm going to be doing with him today, is holding the tool in my hand while using my finger to touch the toenail, giving them time to process it, and then waiting for them to look away or make eye contact with me before I touch the tool to the nail. And I was thinking about that while I was listening to this guy, and I'm like, well, that's giving them enough time to not have the immediate fear response, but to process it before they react. And I'm like, huh. You know, I'm not probably explaining that really well and not using all the right terminology, but it's just how I'm thinking about it and what it made me think about. Just giving them enough time to process what you're doing. Because if you just pick up the tool and go, you know, their immediate response is yanking their foot away and flipping around or screaming or whatever. Which this dog has had all those responses. Or like when you see me going to trim around the eyes like I did on, what's her name, on Saturday, Winnie, who we've been working on. She's extremely difficult on the face. There have been times when it would take me 30 minutes, no lie, to get one snip around the eyeball, right? Just one. And there's about 15 more to get the whole eye area trimmed if you can't use clippers, which I can't on her. And so, you know, it's a very long process. And a lot of times you'll see me with the scissors in my hand. And if I've got the scissors in my hand, I'll take my pinky, pet, 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 snip, pet, 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 snip. And those pets with the tool in my hand are kind of what I'm talking about. It's giving them time to not have an immediate fear response and to think about what you're doing before you go in and do it. And I don't do that on the trained dogs, but on dogs who have that fear response or that immediate reaction, you know, it gives them time to process. So now I've got more of a, because I've been listening to this guy, I've got more of a scientific thought process to it, not just, you know, like this is what I'm doing and it works, but there's more of a science processing of how the brain functions as an organ to why it's working. Which I find interesting. Good boy. While the conditioner's on, I brush their teeth. That gives the conditioner a minute to soak in. Good boy. Aw, you give me kisses. Thank you. What a good boy. His owner didn't say anything, which I'm thankful about, but I think I took him a little too short last time. Just came out shorter than I had normally do him. Some days are like that. It's like, oh, well, I went a little too short. Sorry. She didn't say anything, but I'm going to leave him a little longer today because he looks better with a little more hair. I appreciate my clients so much who aren't too nitpicky. They kind of go with the flow. Giving me freedom. Sometimes I'll be like, I used this blade last time. It's like, nah, after I take a couple swipes, nope, that wasn't the one. Well, we do keep notes. I've always been in the habit of keeping a lot of notes in my head, even if I have them written down, so that's my bad. I should stop to look, but I don't always. This is ear wash. It dries up any moisture that might have gotten into the ears and loosens up wax and debris. Good Bowie. Now we're going to disinfect the harness, the mixing bowl, and the tub. I use a foamer to do that. Gives me a nice good coating on everything. This will sit for at least 10 minutes before I start my next dog. Give it plenty of time to be effective. Excuse you, that was the dog, not me. Honest. I'm gonna see if I can find the video real quick of what he was doing 2 grooms ago on his nails. Let me see if I can find it. And while I'm doing this, I just want him to relax for a second on just having gone through something like that really good. I just want him to chill for a minute anyway. So this time I'm taking to do this is actually good for him, not bad. So let me go to my live videos and then look at his history. We want to find 2 grooms ago. It's all right, buddy. Should be a good boy. So go to appointments, go to Rocco, go to his history. Overview, finished appointments. So I'm thinking it was the one on 5/29 or 4/15. Let me go to 5/29. That's the nice thing about having these YouTube videos too, is I know baby, we're just giving you a minute. I can go back to previous grooms and review them. So let's see, do I have 5/29 still up? 5:30, 5/29. Let's go there. Go to the video. And then the great...
This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grand Style Dog Groom.
The great thing about our moderators is they give us timestamps for each of the dogs. So we're going to go to Rocco. Bring you guys with me. So if we go straight to the timestamps that our moderators so lovingly put in here, go to Rocco. It's going to take us straight to him. Hush. Let me turn down the volume. So let's see if we can get this to come up. We're going to go to the nails. He was being pretty good there. So he was being good that day. Let's pause that. And we're going to go back to the previous groom. Let me bring you guys off the screen because I got to go to his file. Let's see. So that was 2 grooms ago. He did good there. So in his file, the one before that was 4/15. Let me see, 4/15. I'm just kind of curious here. While I'm giving him a break, 4/15, 4/15. So we're going to, there's 4/17, 4/16, 4/15. We'll go here and here.
This is a day in the life of a dog groomer.
And find him in the timestamps. And go to the toenails. I'm going to go a little sooner here. There we go. Rather than keeping you up close, this one's going to be more behavior. So I could already tell just by the behavior turn this up. I could already tell just by how he was acting that we're going to have some resistance. So this is what I was explaining yesterday. As soon as you take the foot in your hand, I'm sure now you're not going to do it. He's bracing, backing up, and then he'll start rearing probably. There we go. So see this behavior pattern just at the expectance of it coming. This is what we were talking about yesterday. How I can tell as soon as we start that there's going to be some behavior. He's tense. So I'm just letting it run over there while I'm holding his foot right now. There, he's starting to yank. So I'm just individualizing a toe. Here come the teeth. So I'm going to anchor him. Come here, bub. So that's going to keep him from going too far, but that's also going to potentially escalate his other aversions. So I'm just keeping him calm. When I'm coming in, I'm going slow on purpose. I'm not trying to antagonize him because he will bite. So holding the tool, I'm going to touch the toenail. That way he doesn't feel the vibration, but the tool gets closer. Waiting for him to loosen up or look away before I go in and round it. He's doing good enough. I'm going to go for it. Good boy. There we go. Good. So as soon as he went to bite, I loosened up. Not to reward the behavior, but to get my hands out of the way. Get him back. Keeping my hands out of the way. Here we go. Good boy. So I offered him my hand. That could be stupid with a dog that'll nail you, but I did. So I'm trying to show him that I'm relaxed. So now we're going to do it again. We got one nail done so far. Touch it. He's looking away. Good boy. Good. Very good. Very good. I know, you're restraining yourself. I see the teeth. He laid them on me very gently, but he didn't do it. And that's why I praised him. Good boy. Good. All right. So that's where we were 3 grooms ago. That was in April. Then he came in May. He came in June. And now we're here. So you noticed I just avoided the nail grinding tool altogether. And I went for quieter tools. I also plugged his ears. And I think I kept the dryer. Did I have the dryer on? I think I had the dryer on, but which I usually do when I'm doing nails. I also was able to completely get rid of the anchor. So that was the building blocks. That was like working him through all that. And then the next time it was better. And then the next time it was better. And today I took away some of the stressors on it so that we can start building this really good relationship with handling his feet. I can reintroduce the nail grinding tool here and there and, you know, kind of go back and forth so that he's not immediately upset about this tool or this tool or this tool, but switching it up sometimes really helps because it's different. And sometimes they get locked on a tool and then they're ready to get the tool, which is what he was doing with the nail drill. So, you know, if you're just joining us, go back just before that little segment and see how good he did on his nails today. I've got them all done already, but he did fabulous. I'm so proud of him. But I just wanted to show you guys what he was like a few grooms ago and how drastic the difference is. So let's get back to drawing him. So when I talk about how great a dog's doing or how proud I am of them or how far they've come, you know, I love being able to, you know, go back and actually show the difference while the dog is right there on the table, because being able to see it side by side is pretty cool. And I really wanted his mom to be able to see it, because she said that they were having a pool party the other day and they actually were showing Rocco's video when he was being naughty and laughing at him. So I wanted to show how good he's doing in comparison now. Good boy. But that also kind of ties into what I was talking about when I was washing him, with giving him time to process. By putting my finger on the toe while I'm holding the tool and just giving him time to think, you could actually see it in action there, because he was, you know, showing all his teeth about the tool, but having time to process his thoughts. And he's like, good boy. He's like saying to himself, I really don't want to bite you, but I don't like what you're doing. Good boy. You're being very, very good. Up, up, up. Good boy. I'm right here. I didn't leave you. So he gets done every month. Last month I think I took him a little too short. So this month, instead of taking off a 1/2 inch, I'm taking off a 1/4 inch, just to bring him down to where he should be, to his normal length. And that's the nice thing about bringing your dogs in once a month or once every 6 weeks. It does give us time to train them, not just groom them, because grooming does require training. It's not just a haircut. We have to work them through all the behavioral issues surrounding the tools and teach them how to be groomed. And we can't do that doing the dog every 6 months or once a year. But that's not to say that the pet parents can't. So we have a lot of pet parents who we don't see that often, but do a magnificent job maintaining their dogs. So they have grooming tables, they have nail clippers, they have clippers, and they're doing the work. So even if we don't do the dog all the time, the dog's still being trained for grooming. So the noise you hear in the background is Cosmo again. When he's kenneled, he makes that noise. And Kat had to go up front to take in her next client, which meant she had to put Cosmo on the ground in a kennel. And now Cosmo's unhappy because Cosmo's been left behind. And that's the noise that Cosmo makes. All right, sorry to keep you muted, but I was on the phone with a client and taking information, so I didn't want to share any of that with you guys. Right? We don't want to share everybody's personal informations. And now we have a client. I'll be right back. We have a super happy dachshund. I know it, baby. You're doing so good today. So next up is a long-haired dachshund. He's a new client, and he used to get clippered short, and they've decided to let the hair grow back. But like most dogs who are double coated, who have had clipper work done on them, the coat takes a long time to get back to its original state, if it does at all. So they've been growing him for about a year. And it looks like he's still got some areas that are not back to their original texture and length. It looks like he may have even had his tail shaved at one point, and that shows the most altered growth pattern. And being neutered contributes to that as well. So if a dog's spayed or neutered and they've got that hair type, like a flat coat, it will come back differently if it's clippered. So that's what we're seeing on this dog that I'm going to do next. Good boy. You're fine. I know there's all kinds of interesting stuff going on out there. I know, but you gotta stay here and get your hair cut. You can't go play with the other doggies. No, you can't. You have to stay on the table. You can't go anywhere. I know, it's terrible. You just want to go play. Yeah, that's all you want to do is go play. How about if I come around this side of the table, since you want to look this way so badly. That's better. The little dachshund that came in, it's the first time I met him, and he acted like he's known me all his life. Super happy. And the phone call that I just had is a new client whose groomer just retired, and they've gone to their groomer all their life, every 6 weeks. Now they need a new groomer. And their litter mates named Bongo and Bruiser, or Pongo and Bruiser, sorry. And they were just groomed, so they're gonna come back and they're gonna come in 5 weeks. You'll get to meet them. They've already got their first appointment. Are you following me? talking to us, phone. We don't want to hear you. Shh. Thank you. It must be 11 o'clock. It is. All those are appointment confirmations for Wednesday. People responding back 'cause they just got their reminders. Our reminders go out automatically. They don't need us to help them along. Which is nice. We use a software called Moego, M-O-E-G-O. It handles everything for us, from client records to payment processing to reminders to forms. Everything we need to run the client into the business. Records. I really like it. It also handles our online booking system and pet parent portals. Integrates with our schedule so you can see exactly what's available online. Good boy. Alright, let's see if we have a bandana in here that'll fit you. I think I do. I think I do. I do. Come here. Over here. Here we go. Check you over, make sure you look good. Make sure you're balanced. That's a good boy. All right. I got the phone. Woohoo, 100 likes. Thank you guys. And it's 11:14 in the morning, not too shabby. Let's clean the table. So on the dachshund that's coming up, they wanted to keep the hair long because they had been getting it cut short. And his coat growth pattern is way off because it had been clippered and because he's probably neutered, I would assume. I haven't checked yet. And so the technique that I have to do in order to reset the coat and get it growing in properly is hand stripping, which means I have to physically remove those long pieces of hair, if he can handle it, by hand, not by clipping, and then it'll reset the coat and it'll start to come in normally. I did that with the standard size dachshunds that I was grooming to reset their coats, and now their coats are looking fabulous. Even though I'm not able to do them right now because I can't handle that much weight right now with my shoulder giving me issues. But even so, we got them going on the right path, so that was good. So if this dog accepts the process, then that's what I'm going to do on him. And if it doesn't get my arm burning right away, because any hand stripping at all right now sets my arm on fire. So there's a bunch of variables there. But even if I can't do it, that would be the right process for him. So that's what we're hopefully going to do. I hear his tail back there wagging, the dachshund. He's one happy little dude. Super cute. I think that's how he's wearing the hair off his tail. Because his tail's almost bald. He's probably whacking it on things. And when you talk about resetting the coat, I did not talk about this while I had Riley on the, Cody, the Lhasa Apso, on the table the other day. But, you know, ever since he was young, about a year old, I've always pointed out how he has those curly guard hairs up top that stick out through his coat. And like, because they are short and out of balance and kind of curl, where he's got the long drop coat, but all these guard hairs are doing all these weird things out of his hair. They were all really loose, and I hand stripped them out about 3 grooms ago. The hair's coming back in straight. So did you notice how his coat's like so much more in balance than it was? It's like, I just took each one of those hairs, and now whenever I see one kind of wonky, I just hand strip it. And it's making his coat proper. And I'm like, I just wanted to try it and see if it would work on him, and it did. So there was once a show dog I did like that. It was a Polish lowland sheepdog, and he was being handled by a professional handler, but his coat was stumping her because he had been shaved down when he was going through a change of coat, and then the pet parent let his coat grow back out, and then he was in full show coat again, but his coat was all out of balance. It was too cottony, it wasn't right. And so she contacted me, and she's like, I need help with this coat. I have no idea what to do with him, and he's going to Westminster, and we got to get his coat right. And so I had the idea of hand stripping him out, like line brushing, but hand stripping out all that cottony stuff to kind of reset his coat and to get it to lie down. And it worked, even though he was a drop coat. So I've done that on drop coats before, where I'll use certain hand stripping techniques on certain dogs to get their coat in shape, and it worked on that dog, and he actually won the breed at Westminster, so that was really cool. All right, let's get this Doxy going to hand strip him. I'm going to use a super fine pumice stone. This works best for dachshund hair when I'm getting the long fuzzies out. And this dog won't have any undercoat. His coat's quite thin, so there will be no undercoat to card out. It's all the long fuzzies that I have to get off. Next time he comes in, Opso Mom, it'll be a month from last Friday. I'll show you the technique so you can see what to do. Don't do it till I show you. All right, Doxy, wait. Alright, here's a cutie patootie. His name is Archie. So this is a previously clipped coat that's growing in wonky. He is neutered, so you can see how wonky it's growing. And I didn't want to mention it while I was grooming him because I knew his pet parents were watching, and I thought they might freak out. They'd be like, what? You're plucking out our dog's hair? What are you doing? They might be watching now, but now they know. All right, so you can see his coat. See all these light fuzzies? That's what we need to remove. And if we clip them, they're just going to continue to grow wonky. So, and he doesn't have any undercoat to speak of. So carding him's not an option. the parts that they want to grow long don't have hardly any hair. And the parts that need to be stripped are where all the hair is. So that's challenging. Because I want to give him what they want. They want his hair to grow long. But at the same time, we need to get his coat going in the right direction. Right? Right. So, it's all right. And it all depends on whether this hair is loose or deeply rooted. If it's deeply rooted, this would still be the right technique to get it out, but I'm not going to torture him or myself. It looks like he's had his whole tail shaved. Pet parent was very adamant about not trimming the tail. Sometimes people will make them look like a short-haired dachshund, even though they're a long-haired dachshund. And that sometimes is what causes this hair growth pattern. If you want to learn more about the hair growth pattern, go to our website at grandstylepet.com, click on haircuts by breed, and then go to like Cockers, Cavaliers, and long-haired dachshunds. It's got its own page that explains this coat type. So here we go. So you take these hairs right by the end and gently pull in the direction the hair grows while keeping the skin taut. Lift it up, just take the tips. So I have kind of a breakdown on that page as to why the hair grows back like this and why removing it by hand is your best option. And why sometimes once it's been clipped it can be ruined, not ruined, altered for life. Or it could be that it will reset. And then again, when they're spayed and neutered, it only compounds the fact that the coat is altered and won't grow back in its earliest form before any of that happened to the coat, either clipping or neutering. Or both. And some people say, and they're probably right, that there's other factors that play into how the coat regrows. But the common denominator between all dogs who have an altered coat growth pattern is the clipping, whether there's an underlying reason or not. So this hair that I'm removing out like this is typically hair that is in what you call the telogen phase. It's a resting phase. Right on the verge of being shedded out. It's already released from the root and from the blood supply, and it's just sitting in the follicle. What happens though sometimes, and why it can be an issue, is once you clipper a dog with a flat coat, which is this coat type, you change the hair from its normal shedding routine to a coat that is more deeply rooted and more like hair and less like fur. And that's what the website kind of shows you a bit of diagrams and explains it better, so it makes more sense. I'm going to go check out Rocco. I'll be right back. But better to be safe. All right, back to our puppers. So when I say that it changes it from more like hair like fur into hair like hair, what I mean is dogs with hair, their hair doesn't go through a shedding cycle. It stays deeply rooted for long periods of time. Dogs with fur, the hair goes through a rotating cycle of the anagen, the catagen, the telogen, and the exogen phases. Dogs with the shortest hair have the quickest turnover. Dogs with flat coats, you know, they have a turnover of hair like once a month or so. And dogs like Pomeranians are constantly rotating out that undercoat. Once you shave it on some of these dogs, it turns it into a more deeply rooted hair that doesn't go through the shedding cycle. So that's one of the biggest changes I see on a flat coat. Each coat type has different growth patterns that they exhibit after being clipped. And the one for the flat coat is it turns it more like hair than fur. So here we're starting to see the difference. See over here how nice and dark and brown it looks, and over here how light and fluffy it is. So that's, you can see this isn't as sparse as this is. So that's what we're working on. And what this should do is reset his coat into a better rotation. If you just cut it off at the top, it's not going to reset it. But if you remove it out of the follicle, it resets it. Another thing is when you don't have the coat doing its proper rotation, bring you in here close for this coat type. Now each coat type's different, so don't automatically apply it to your dog. Each coat type's different. But for this coat type, if you don't have the proper rotations going on, I don't know if you can see the flakes in his hair. It causes the coat to be more dry, and you don't have the oil distribution because the longer, fuzzier stuff is blocking up the follicles. So you need a coat that sheds is supposed to shed. Shedding is a good thing. And so if the coat growth pattern is altered by clipping, then this hair will just sit in the follicle and stay there, block up the follicle, and you'll have more skin problems. If you get the coat back in its proper rotation of shedding, you'll have less dry skin, you'll have less blocked follicles, you'll have more natural oil distribution because the hair is doing its natural rotating cycle. And the hair is not blocking up the follicle, keeping the oils from distributing. So he's starting to get used to what I'm doing. So he's calming down. It's all new. So even though the pet parents want the hair long, he's got long hair in all the wrong places. So I'm getting it off his thighs, the fronts of his front legs, and the trunk of the body, and then this long fuzz on top of his head. Not going to touch the tail. What? Did you see a doggy go by? Yeah? You're such a dachshund. On the news this morning, I saw something funny. Y'all probably saw it too, depending on where you were watching your news. There was I think it was a world dog surfing championship where the dogs were judged on their style while they're surfing waves, on their balance and such. I'm like, they have world dog surfing championships? I did not know. So I'm not going to overdo it on him today. I'm going to get this cycle started. but they're trying to let his hair grow long. I don't want to take out too much. Just enough to get him started here. And then next month we'll do a little more, and the next month we'll do a little more. But you can see side to side the difference now, right? See how nice and dark and flat this looks? And how fuzzy and light this looks? We're going to get this off now. Again, just taking the lightest colored tips of the longest hairs. Pulling them in the direction the coat grows while keeping the skin taut. This is hand stripping a flat coat. My arm is doing so much better because 2 weeks ago this action would have been impossible for me. So thank goodness my arm is healed enough to where I can at least do this. I couldn't even card a dog last week, a week before. So I was like, uh-oh, that's not good. But it's healing. I'm doing some red light therapy and massage and heat and stuff. It's making a difference. People say do physical therapy, but I think I do enough physical therapy all day long. I work my arms, thank you. I mean, even just folding towels all day long. Lifting dogs all day long. All right, that's looking a lot better. And some people, when they see this process, they kind of think of human hair and think about how it would feel if this was your head. You're not a shedding dog, so it doesn't apply. It's a whole different process, whole different thing. Let's get this off the top of the head. Lift it up. Take the really light colored pieces. That is the hair that is loose and ready to come out of the follicle. Good boy. So I do have dachshunds that I trim shorter. I'm not saying that you should never do it. You just should understand how it affects the coat if you do. And I think I just have one right now who gets cut shorter. And We still do a lot of carding with her coat, try to keep her natural coat texture along with the trimming. But, you know, it's not that I'm saying you should never do these things. It's just you have to understand how the coat works before you make the decision to trim it, so that you make an informed decision. And that's what I try to do with my clients. It's not like a hard, fast rule. It's just an educational thing. All right, that's good enough for today. I'm going to put them in the tub. Oh, you're such a dachshund. Good boy. He's okay, baby. Is that for you? What is it? He says, is it edible? I should like to eat something. I never did mix up our other foamer bottle. Oh well, I'm going to skip it today because I've got Bandit and Levi today and I don't use it on them, so I've only got a couple more dogs today, so I'm just going to skip it at this point. So I saw something a second ago of talking about the carpal tunnel, and you even get down to the squeeze bottles where you can't do the squeeze bottles. Absolutely. Whenever my tendons are flared up like they are right now, it affects my carpal tunnel because the tendons are inflamed. Even though I really don't have carpal tunnel, I get tendon issues all the way up. And so I can't do certain actions, and squeezing squeeze bottles is one of them. So that's why I was using my conditioner in a squeeze bottle, but I couldn't take my hand this big and squeeze like that. It hurts. So mixing my products like this is working real good. Shampoos with pump bottles is real good. Even put a pump on this for my face shampoo, so I don't even have to squeeze that little bottle. Holding dryer hoses can hurt. You know, scissors with any resistance to them can hurt. So I just alter what I'm doing when I'm having issues. You know, getting my size of my dogs down to under 25 pounds really helps. A lot of things I do. No twisting lids, no, you know, bunch of stuff that I change to keep working, even though I do have issues like that. And a lot of groomers do. It's very common. Even brushing out matted coats really affects my arms, which is why I'm so adamant that my clients try to bring their dogs in good condition, because it literally hurts me and I cannot do it. A couple of weeks ago, I had a Shih Tzu come in who was being obstinate on his head, and you have to hold a Shih Tzu's head like this in order to balance them, to groom them safely. I wasn't able to do it. And, you know, the client was really upset, and they came up with other reasons why I didn't want to groom their Shih Tzu. And they were saying things that weren't very nice, because I physically couldn't do it. And they were saying it was other reasons that I was saying I couldn't do it. And I'm like, no, I physically can't do it. You know, I can do other things, I just can't do that. That's one of the ways that I keep working after doing this for well over 45 years, is I just make little adjustments, and I don't push myself, and I don't let people bully me or intimidate me into pushing myself. I know what I need to do, and I do it. Good boy. But I would like to encourage people who think that as a professional in this industry, that if you get some of those issues that you have to stop working. In some cases, yes, you do. You know, you have to go with what you feel. But for me, just making adjustments has prolonged my career. And means I can keep doing it and doing what I love and doing what I'm passionate about, you know, while keeping myself as healthy as possible. So the first time I injured my arm, it took me 4 years for it to heal. And I've re-injured it, and I'm about in the second or third month of it right now. But we're still going strong. We're still doing what we love. Hi, buddy. Guess what I'm saying is you don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's an old saying. It's okay, baby. I know you're a good boy. So because there's so little undercoat on this dog, and because we hand stripped out some coat, we need to be very careful when we blow dry him. He seems like he'll be too sensitive for the high velocity dryer, so I'm not even going to break that one out on him on his first visit. And his coat's going to be, his skin's going to be, okay, so the brush that I choose is very important because the tines of the brush are going to penetrate his thin coat very easily and reach right down to the skin because of the lack of undercoat. So I'm only going to use like a boar bristle brush on him as opposed to a slicker brush because a slicker brush would prove to be uncomfortable for him. I might pull out the slicker brush after he's dry just to fluff up the ears and do the furnishings, but no slicker brush on the trunk of the body, just a boar bristle brush. Because the tines of a slicker brush would scrape his skin, and we don't want to scrape his skin. And we don't want him unhappy with the brush. Or I might use one of these, which is like a nylon bristle brush. That worked real good in the bath. I think even my boar bristle brush is going to be too strong for him. So probably one of these. I bought like a 6-pack of them, so I have one for my grooming room too. Behave. Good boy. You're fine. What? You never had your teeth brushed? Is that foreign to you? Boy, you did good.
Are you having fun?
Hmm?
Are you done?
All right. Yes, good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Trim the pads of his feet. Good boy. Very nice. It's a good boy. It's okay. It's okay. Come here. Nice. Gotta get filed. Good boy. See this one? That one's already done. So because his toenails are long, I'm going to trim the tops of his feet tighter than I normally would. It's not like a show foot that I would do on a dachshund. But for him, with his coat growth pattern and the length of his toenails, a shorter trim on his feet will look better than a longer one. If they have real tightly trimmed toenails, you can keep that boxy shape on the foot. But I took off all the toenail I could, and that's not going to work for him today. Sorry. And I only say that because I have one person who's watching me trying to learn how to trim her show dachshund's foot, and I don't want her to be misinformed. It's completely different. Sometimes there's big differences between show grooming and pet grooming. trying to grow his hair long. So basically on the underline, I'm just looking for anything that looks wonky. On the other side, he had a long piece sticking down that was a lot longer than the rest. This side doesn't look too bad, so. Sometimes a little extra trimming can actually make the hair look thicker and longer, whereas leaving the sparse hairs hanging down off of that, while the hair is technically longer, it doesn't look longer, it looks broken and thin. So sometimes you'll see me lightly trim those areas just to bring it into balance so that it actually looks thicker and healthier. Good boy. On long-haired dachshunds, I trim the hair under the ear to help the ear lie flat to the head. And these areas on his hips are really deeply rooted, but I don't want them sticking up. So I'm going to use the blending shears on those. Stay. And they may be loose enough to pull next time, or they may just stay like they are. Deeply rooted, we'll see. I'd imagine they're going to be loose next time, but we'll see. And he's got these little areas here. I'm going to thin out and blend into his neck. Here we go. You look very handsome. Now I'm going to go over the coat with a pumice stone and just get these little light fuzzies that I would normally get with a stripping knife or a carding knife. And I'm going to take those off with a stone because his hair is too thin to use a carding knife. So basically I want to get just the light fuzzies. You can see them on the stone. And again, this is going to help to hopefully reset his coat into more of a shedding coat, which is a good thing because that's going to help him to redistribute his oils for his follicles to stay clear, which will help get rid of some of the dry skin and get his hair in a normal functioning pattern. That's the hope. It'll also help it to have a rich brown color instead of the light tan wispy ends. And these are things you can do at home with your dachshund. They don't have to come in and get professionally groomed to have these things done. You can have a pumice stone at home. You can have a carding knife if they have a thicker coat. And all those tools are linked on the page for the Cockers, Cavaliers, and long-haired Dachshunds on our website. So you can have what you need at home. So how often should this be done? For a coat as thin as his, you can use the pumice stone every time you give him a bath. You want to use it on the neck, the shoulders, coming down the side, coming down the hip, on both sides of the dog. You don't need to do any more than that. So it's like this pattern all through here. Do it with the lay of the coat and just use it like a brush. And it helps if the skin's held taut, so you can push the skin forward and pull back, or if you're doing the thighs, you can just hold the leg and it'll stretch it. You know, if you're doing the sides of the neck, you can just kind of hold the ears forward and that'll tighten the skin enough to do it. All right, I think that's good enough for him today. He's all handsome. And each time he comes in, we should be seeing his coat getting thicker. Probably will need carding at some point. And it should be shinier and healthier. It's just a conditioning spray. Get a little bit of shine. Now, if you look at him held up before the bath, you could see those sides sticking out with all that light colored hair. Now it looks like a flat coat. This is what we call a flat coat. It lies flat and close to the body, just like it says. You can have the feathers and the long hair underneath, but all up through here should be flat and tight. And there's our little super dog. I'm gonna go text his people. I'm gonna put him up front. There's no way, Opso Mom. How did you find Fada on Millie's relative list? Is Veda a retired breeding dog? All right, so the next ones will be here in 25 minutes. I'm going to clean up my table, let you guys watch Archie, and I'll eat lunch while I'm cleaning up my table, and then we'll make some more bows for a few minutes. Yeah, I know Veda's is rare beans, rare bean and rice's Lhasa, but is she related to your dog? Like seriously? That's cool. Hmm. Grand Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? How many times a day do we hear this message? I love to share it with you, just so we can all be bothered together. Blocked. I blocked so many numbers from them, and they're all like local numbers, and I know they're hijacking people's numbers. It just makes me worry, since they're hijacking people's numbers. What if they're hijacking potential clients' numbers and I'm blocking them? Like, that's a thing, I guess. I guess since it's not slowing down the calls, now that could be spoof numbers. They've got names on them though, like when it shows up on your caller ID. Like, this is the number they just called from, and I'm gonna share it because it was this scam thing. But let's look at it. So this is the number they just called from. It's got a name on it. It's got our area code. Yet this is the number that comes up on the caller ID. So how can it be a spoof number if it's got a name attached to it like that? It's not anonymous or anything like that. It's got an actual name. So I guess I'll quit blocking them because it's not slowing down the calls at all, just in case it's potential clients or new clients. Ugh. All right, let's go make some bows. I get names attached with local area codes to these spam calls 15 times a day. It's crazy. All right, let's see who we need bows for tomorrow, aside from what we've already made. Tomorrow. All right, we made Kelson's, so now we need Coco, the miniature poodle. She likes ear bows. So we're gonna go with flamingos. If I can find my flamingos. I've lost my flamingos. There's my flamingos. I knew I had them. Be right back. Hi. He was such a good boy.
I kind of saw him in the live stream. Like, this is so fun. Like,
He's a good
he
boy.
was quiet. I'm like, oh, you don't behave like that at home.
It'll be $85.
Okay.
You can run it right here. All right, Archie, you're going home. Oh no, I guess I shouldn't have shared it. Oops. Let's see. I've got to order more rhinestones. And centerpieces for my bows. You can see I'm getting low, right? Actually, I do need to plan for Halloween. I've got all these little kitty cats from last Halloween. That's about it, I think. Gotta look up and see what I need. Alright, there's Coco's bows. And sometimes she doesn't want bows, sometimes she wants a collar. So we're gonna make her a collar too, just in case. Wrong color. Alright, after Coco, we already did Sadie's. How did we skip Coco and go straight to Sadie? That's weird. So after that is Louie, the Shih Tzu. He's gonna get a bandana. This one will be a hair too big for him, so I'm going to cut it down just a little. And then after Louie, we're going to have Puff Daddy and Radar. A hand-scissored Pomeranian and a hand-scissored kind of snap-on combed Papillon. Let's see, who is this for? Louie. Let's see, he's a 13-inch. Puff Daddy and Radar. We're going to do some Paw Patrol for them. If I remember correctly, Puff Daddy goes skateboarding with his dad or roller skating on Harbor Walk here in Tampa. And he actually has his own little fan club out there on Harbor Walk who loves seeing him rolling down the way with his dad. He actually has people that recognize him off the live streams too. They're like, is that Puff Daddy? He's a cool little dude. Some of the dogs on our channel have their own little fan clubs. Boys are here. I'll be right with you. Is this Luna? Yeah. All right. Do you have any special instructions?
Okay, my husband tell me, please tell them, because the last time he showed a picture and he don't like the way. Okay, he say maybe you can make like this, the face here.
So you want the ears real short?
Okay, like this, or because
So.
when we got it, it's like this. You see?
That's.
Or maybe something like that, like a little bird, you know, bird, and.
So go ahead and text us those pictures so that we have them on file.
Okay, we can text you.
Okay. And then we're going to take her ears real short with her face, like the pictures.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think?
It'll change the whole look if they're long. So if you like the look of the picture, then the ears would be real short.
Maybe the hair like this.
Okay.
But this one round.
Okay.
Yes. Round. Round like this.
Okay. So the chin's real short. Got it.
Okay.
They're showing pictures, but I'm going to have them text them too for Luna.
Okay. I will text.
So we're.
Some ideas.
All the pictures have really short ears and really short chin.
Okay. What number to text the email?
It is.
Is it saying when I make the appointment?
No, it would be, well, that one would be okay too. But the main one we use up front here at the front desk is.
I told like this, not round. Because when you look at it's like, or maybe something like that.
More of the puppy looking snout on there. And the ears short. Do we want the body shorter like that too with the light gold color? Or do we want everything kind of short?
Not too short, right? But
I'm noticing a lot of broken hair on her legs that are already real short, and the feet are already real short. So you're going to see that short because it's already short.
okay, only if you can change to
All right. So now I'm going to make a couple of dogs collars. So this one is a 13. I need to replenish these pom-poms. Let's see, is this one already open? It is. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going off the list for the bows and bandanas. I tried to clarify on the ears on that one because it's her husband with the instructions, not her. And he's not been happy yet. So all the pictures have short ears, so I kept re-clarifying. But I'm not sure he's going to like the short ears. And I also wanted to point out that leg because I wasn't sure if you saw it tucked under.
Yeah.
Because they don't like the fact that we trim her short sometimes.
Okay.
So, or...
Oh. Okay.
No pressure. All right. Let's do this so I can see what I'm doing. Appointments. And we are looking for... See, I got those done. So now we need Hazel and Henry. Hazel and Henry are blocking out a whole appointment for Kat. So I'm going to move them down to 9:30. If she brings them in at 9, that's fine. But it's not fair to block out a whole appointment because it's split. So we're going to change that. Send her a message that it's been changed. Alright, now Kat has a whole opening in the morning. So Hazel and Henry. I'm going to say Henry's I'm going to say 14 inch, but he might be a 15 inch, so I'll make one of each. What time is it? My next dogs are a few minutes late, but not too bad. So the client that just dropped off showed 3 different pictures for the haircut she wanted. It's better to show one picture, so narrow it down when you're bringing your dogs, because if you show us 3 pictures and they're all slightly different, then we've got to guess which one do you really want. And then one of the pictures was one of her dog from when it was 8 weeks old and never had a haircut. Now, everybody likes the look of an 8-week-old puppy who's never had a haircut, but that's not a haircut, right? So that doesn't give us a whole lot because it's natural. And a lot of people view that as a puppy cut and say, see how her hair was trimmed here? Well, the hair wasn't trimmed there. It was natural. see, this is a 14. And my next doggos are here, so I'll fix that later. Put you guys in the back. All right, so 2 weeks ago today was my first day of using the Crown Royal products. And I said I didn't like it that day. Like, it was a no-go. And he was the dog that made me decide that it was a no-go, right? Because normally I don't get a lot of hair out of him, and I had a brush full of hair, and I'm like, I'm not sure that I like this. So on that first day, I did not read the instructions. That's kind of important to do. So the shampoo was supposed to sit on him for 5 minutes, and I shampooed him and rinsed him. And then the conditioner can be diluted either 20-1 or 40-1, and anywhere in between. And so I did 1 pump of the conditioner last time. Today I'm going to do 2, so we're going to do more of the 20-1 dilution ratio. And let the shampoo sit on for 5 minutes. And while it's sitting on, I'm going to run the brush through him and just give it time to soak. So let's see if there's a difference today. Right, Bubba? Yeah, let's see if we like it better on you today using it right. And I'm also not using the right formula. So the right formula for him, I think, would be a 1. I still haven't gone on to the website and studied it. But usually my drop coat products is what I would also use on this. And I think the drop coat product for this brand is a number 1. And I ordered it, and it's taking forever to get here. I had to cancel the one order and reorder again because it was like halted in its shipping. So I'm still waiting for the number 1, but today we'll use the number 3 and see how it works today. Just out of curiosity. All right, so to the tub. We're also going to be using the sculpting blade on him. He's going to get his coat taken down a bit, so we're going to sculpt him with a blade. So hang tight as we do all this. And normally for his thick old coat, I would wet him down with the shampoo system. But being most of the conditioning comes through this shampoo and the soaking process of the shampoo, I really want to do it like wetting down the coat with the shampoo just to see how it works. But his hair is so hard to penetrate. That's quite the challenge there, you know. All right, let's do it. It's probably going to take 3 tubs to wet him down of shampoo. I'm going to do his face first with the Tearless. When all else fails, read the instructions, right? He's also at kind of a dingy stage where I would normally use a whitening shampoo. So I want to see how white he comes out too. Problem with this kind of hair is it's kind of water resistant down near the skin. And you'll end up with a complete dry layer under there if you're not careful. Which is why I usually like to wet them down with the shampoo system, just to get the soap to penetrate all the way to the skin. These are 1/4 ounce pumps I'm putting in here. So it's actually a very light dilution. I'm just going to dunk his feet. Who pooped? I smell poop. Who did it? The things we say that are normal in a dog grooming salon. Probably the only other kind of business, well, maybe daycares and nursing homes, you'd walk around saying, who pooped? Alright, one more tub should do it. I'm not going to start the 5-minute time until I get them saturated, because if it's not on the skin, it doesn't count on the timer. So I didn't like the way the brush felt at all going through his coat last time. Something else I'm going to do different today. Now this is like kind of crazy, but I think I'm going to try my new brush and see if it'll penetrate his coat. Should we take a poll? Should we take a poll whether the new slicker brush is going to work on his hair? Because his hair is really kind of thick for the pen brush. It has a hard time penetrating. And slicker brushes have way too much grab and pull for him. I have a feeling it would work, but I'm not sure. Right now his hair's about 3.5 inches long. Normally when I use a pen brush it's a bit longer, but maybe not. I usually don't use a pen brush on anything shorter than this. Alright, we're going to start the timer. So I'll rinse him about 1:23 Eastern Standard Time. I'm just going to use this brush to start working it in. We'll also pay attention to if any hair comes out in this brush, because I don't want to cheat, you know. No cheating. Thank you. Do you need a signature? Hey, Kat, do you mind? I got a big soapy dog in the tub. It's hard to tell if that's hair. No, it's not. It was just suds. The hair would stay stuck in there if it was hair. I think we have a new clipper here. A Heineken. A purple one. Get back. Two more minutes, buddy. While he's drip drying on a towel, we'll unbox that box. Let him get some of this water soaked off him after the rinse. One more minute, buddy. Yeah, I hadn't realized the first time I used this shampoo that the conditioning properties are in the shampoo more than in the conditioner, which I wasn't expecting. I thought you could just shampoo like normal. Alright, let's start the rinse. And just to see, we're just going to rinse the soap out, not the hair. No hair in the brush. And that's what I want to see with him for the most part. He is a double coated drop coat, so he'll lose a little bit of hair and he might lose a little bit seasonally. But for the most part, I don't want to see hair in my brush. And if I do, I want it to be very little. And the reason for that is I want his coat to be in balance, with a ratio of guard hairs and secondary hairs all being equal because in length, because that will help him to not mat. Coats that are in balance are much easier to keep. And that is my rule for a drop coat. A dog that grows hair all the way down to the ground if you let them. So even though I'm going to try to blow dry him with my new slicker, if his hair were more than 4 inches long, I would only use a pen brush on the body. Just clarifying that. I don't want any of you guys with your really long drop coats to use a slicker. But he gets a hand scissor trim that's long. Typically about 3 inches long is what we go for with him. Very rounded and kind of natural. So he gets scissored up, but he doesn't look like a tight scissor, if that makes sense. Second shampoo is going to be a light one. Mainly I want to get the feet really good. Because the feet are hard to clean on these guys. They have super thick hair at the lower legs, like even thicker than on the body. And it's really hard to get them clean with that super thick hair, because it's hard to get the shampoo to saturate all the way to the skin. So dunking the feet really makes a difference. Dunk the tail. Bring the tail up over the body and put all that shampoo right back on the body. And just cover the rest of the body. And this shampoo, the second round doesn't need to soak. Just scrub. So the main reason why I wouldn't use a slicker brush on this dog before is it would cause breakage and have too much drag and pull in his coat, making it not comfortable to brush him. So that's why I'm curious if this brush will work for him, because I think it will. The reason why I think it will is because it just glides through the hair with no drag. But his hair is probably one of the thickest coated dogs I do. That's not a shedding breed. So, we'll see. Now instead of one pump, we're putting two. of the conditioner. Not quite as much water. I'm gonna froth it way up. I'll probably need 2 tubs to coat him. Because I want to dunk the feet. If I didn't dunk the feet, I wouldn't, but I do want to. It is raining outside. I'm so thankful for the white fluffy dog client, the owners of the people who own white fluffy dogs, bringing them on a rainy day. I'm thankful for that. That's what I love about my standing appointments and regular clients. Not only do they see the value of getting their dogs done on a rainy day, because they know that if they put it off, they're going to mat. And especially if they're due to be groomed and they're out in the rain, the hair's going to mat. So they understand this. So they go ahead and get them done. And they also understand that I get very booked and it's really hard to get back in with me. So if they cancel, they might be stuck, which also might cause their dogs to get matted. Well, that wouldn't, but it would cause more homework for sure. Because they would have to be responsible for the brushing that I would have done. It's never the groomer's fault that your dog is matted. It's always your fault. Just saying. But regular grooming does help prevent mats for sure. Alright, we're going to take a minute and brush this in. Give it an extra minute to soak because of his texture. So I have not plucked any hair out of this brush yet, and that's all we got. All right, let's brush his teeth. And that's what I like to do. I like to talk to you guys about my processes. And if I see a problem with one dog's groom one time, I'll troubleshoot it and like, well, let's see if this works or that works to get the desired result. Behave. Okay. Crack it up. I think mainly because of the ears. But the face, the reddish colored dog was the best. Shake, shake. Good Bowie. All right, we're gonna let him drip dry for a minute on a folded up towel. Let it soak out some of this water. There you go. Roll yourself around, dry yourself off. Let's go do an unboxing. See what we got. It's probably from Ryan's Pet Supplies since it's a FedEx delivery. see what we got. So for context, this is the brush. I'm going to see if it'll work on that thick-coated Coton de Tuileries Levi. So I started a poll. Will it work? Yes or no? I would think that's the clipper. If it is, kind of lame packaging for a $500 clipper, don't you think? But it's not about the box, it's about what's inside. Ah, that's better. That packaging's a little better. Ta-da! Isn't she pretty? Special edition. So it's supposed to be completely charged before you use it, but I already have completely charged batteries in house and ready to go. So we're good. I just charged this one the other day. Make sure it's the same. It is. Oil the blade because you don't want to use an unoiled blade, especially on this clipper. There's the oil. The reason why I bought it is because the old one had gotten so noisy. So let's compare the old to the new. I wanted one that was quieter. Put a blade on it so it's equal. Old, new, old, new. So there you go. Got all my goodies with it. We will get those two batteries charging. And now I have two chargers instead of one, so that's helpful. Since I have 4 batteries now. All right, what's next? Oh. I think I have enough now. And I ordered their shipper boxes because I'm going to start trying them out. Or even if I don't use them for the scissors and blades. For shipping, Ryan's Pet Supplies, they have sharpening services. And they have boxes for the shipping, but I thought they would have inserts to hold your shears, not just an empty box. So I bought an empty box. Really, Ryan's? Now normally when you buy a shear shipping box, it has a foam insert. I have 2. Let's see if the other one has a foam insert. Really? You sold me an empty box. I'm disappointed. Like seriously. Normally they've got like little inserts so the shears aren't rattling around in the box. Now this they sold me for a blade box. Let's see if it has something. It does. See? See, it's got compartments so your blades aren't rattling around. Why do we not have compartments for our scissors? Just saying. Maybe somebody forgot to put them in. But I do have the foam from the blades. I can add that. That might help. I mean, from the clipper. That'll be a little bit anyway. Really, Ryans? You sold me a box. I mean, they weren't expensive, but they weren't like the cost of a box either. I'm not fussing. I still love Ryans, especially since they had plenty of this. And then Debbie, you said you're using the little tiny mixer bottle, I guess like the one I'm using for the blueberry facial. This pump fits on that little bottle. So if you're using the little pump bottle and you want to put something full strength in there, this will fit on there. So that's the exact pump that I have for my blueberry facial. Or not for my blueberry facial, for my Tropiclean facial. All right, back to work. I'm going to put this out in retail. We'll have it in the retail section, and then we'll also have it for backups when we need it. Go put the batteries on to charge. Now this clipper is going to get stored away, and this one's going to get stored away. These are backups. Can never have too many backups. I'm coming, buddy. Alright. So this dog usually takes so long to brush out that I just blow dry him by hand. And then when I'm almost finished, he'll have some dampness around the lower legs or whatever. And that's when I get out the high velocity dryer and just finish him then with that. Also, I want you to notice I did not use any ice on ice after the bath. That's something I usually do with him. I'm thoroughly testing out the shampoo and conditioner without anything added.
Shampoo.
All right, I haven't cleaned the brush or the comb at all through the entire process. Let's see how much hair we got. That's it. It's not bad for a slicker brush on the entire dog. So, not bad at all. He is brushed wrinkle-free all the way down to the skin. So it's a nice deep fluff. But if you notice too, when I was brushing him, a lot of it was like this. Or, you know, like this. So it wasn't even, or I guess like this. It wasn't even a lot of pressure. So a lot of times you see me putting pressure into the brush head. A lot of my brushing was with no pressure. So that's kind of cool. And it did a thorough job on his feet. Usually I have to get something stiffer out for his feet. Stay. You can see it did very thorough on his lower legs where he's super, super thick. All right, so we're going to trim him today. And for his trimming, oh, that's another thing. Crown Royal has a scissoring clipping spray. Now I used to use the Crown Royal #2 leave-on spray for my scissoring spray back in the day. That was like my very first scissoring spray I ever used was theirs. And sometimes I switch off products and get stuck on something new, but anyway, they have one specifically for scissoring and clipping for like your snap-on combs. So I can't wait to try that on this guy because we're using our longest snap-on comb on this guy on his back. So we're using this one. It is a 1.5 inch. It's not one of my skip tooth ones. It's a regular one. Over a 30 blade. We're going to use it on our new clipper. A brand new clipper. And before I start, I think I'm going to use this spray just to soften it up a little bit. Now we keep a very natural look on him. It's not a tight trim, it's a loose trim. So it's not like, it's all trimmed up without having that tight Bichon hand scissored look. She likes him shaggy and loose. But he's got such a massive coat, we don't like him too thick either. So he's very cute with all his hair too. But he's so much easier when we keep him this length to manage. So I don't take the snap-on comb down the sides, I only take it along the top line. And that'll start setting our length. And only from the shoulders back. The reason why we don't come down into the sides with this is it would take a lot of his fullness away. and then make him look too short. So we set the length there, which is only about a 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch off. And I think it's been, he gets groomed every 2 weeks, but we do like around the feet and around the eyes and stuff every 2 weeks, and then about every 6 weeks we cut into it. So now I'm using my sculpting blade, again blending blade. It's a very dangerous blade to use. Has to be used way out off the skin, can never be clipped on the skin. It needs to be used on a dog that stands really still. And we're going to kind of sculpt in the sides and the hips. Watch out. And this is just to get some of the length off before we use our chunkers and scissor it. Stay. I was happy with how the shampoo and conditioner worked on him today. Letting it soak on was the key. Grand style dog grooming. This is Susie. Blocked. Stand. You're all right. You're all right. All right, turn. Come on. You can do it. All right, so we don't trim much on his tummy at all. And we keep a full wick on him to keep his urine stream going downward so he doesn't get himself dirty. But I am going to pick around the tummy with a 5-blade just to get some of this length around his sheath off. We don't trim under his tail at all. If we do, we leave at least an inch of hair all around the rectum because she likes him to have a full curtain there. All right, let's see. Gonna get some of this off around his eyes. We do not scoop out under his eyes at all. We want a nice full coat under there, just trimmed up so that it looks nice and white and fuzzy. All right. Must you lay down? Don't you know we have lots of work to do? He doesn't get around his feet trimmed tight. He keeps very big feet. All right, turn. This way. Stand. What helps me to get big feet is to kind of lay my scissors flat on the table or keep them parallel to the table as much as possible, maybe slightly angling up, but not much. His brother's just going to get a bath and blow dry today. When I do full grooms on them, I like to stagger them since they come in every 2 weeks. And that way I can spend more time on one dog on the haircut instead of trying to get them both done in the same day. for the hand scissor. All right, he's looking really low to the ground, so I'm going to take some of this to do that. I'll start with my 5/8 HT on the underside. Up, 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 just to get this off. There we go. And now we're going to use our chunkers. Not those. So my Zolita chunkers will not even penetrate his hair. I have to use my V3 chunkers for him. They penetrate his hair. These are the Masuta 7.5 inch. I wish I had my new ones, because I bet they would work really good on him. But you never know if it'll penetrate this much hair either, because he is thick. So basically for the legs, we want to keep them the same size they are, and just tidy the legs. And then, but make them look groomed, and then blend them into the body. Big fat legs on him. He's chunky. A chunky monkey. Basically, what's nice about this length of coat is it moves with the dog. It shimmies as they walk. So if I would have done the whole dog with the snap-on comb, he would look like he's got half as much hair as he does. Even though it's not a huge difference. Let's see. Where, buddy? So on the back, it's about this high over the length of the comb. On the sides, it's about this high off the comb. On the legs, it's about twice the depth of the comb, so like this. So it's graduating lengths. And that's why you can't achieve the look with a snap-on comb all over, because it's not one length all over. And this look is not for everybody, but it's what his people like. It kind of gives off a 6 to 8 month old puppy feel. So like if, you know, you have a 6 month old puppy who's had very minimal trimming, he would have about this length of hair. Shh. Stay. Must be for cat. Stand, please. So I gotta say, even though I had a hunch that brush would work on his hair, in the back of my mind was like, nah. Part of me was like, yeah, because how it felt on my dog's hair the other day. But the other part of me was like, there's not a chance. Because this is a massive coat. And that brush has little short pins. It's like, how do those little short pins penetrate this hair? You know? Would you like me to check her out for you, Kat? Back it up. Oh, never mind. You're not going to back it up with people out front, are you? No, you're not. Too much going on. So let's work on your head instead. Actually come over here and work on you. Alright. No, I can't have you lay down right now, sorry. So let's try to round up these ears. So she doesn't like his head round like a Bichon, but she does like it rounded up like a puppy, kind of. Like a 6-month-old puppy. She wants him to keep his breed characteristic with some roundness. Also got to keep eyelashes. Let's get a smaller pair of curved chunkers. Try these. Don't go nowhere. Round this up. Get right under here short. You know, we've been talking about putting something around the neck to separate the beard and the ears while you're trimming. I had the best idea and I forgot to order them. Baby bibs. Tie on a baby bib and you've got your perfect separation for your face. Like, duh. So I'll be ordering me some baby bibs. And it'd be really cute too. While I'm trimming the face, get something really cute. And then they just tie, so you don't have the Velcro to deal with and all that. What telemarketer is it this time? We're not interested. Look. So one problem we run into when we're trimming faces like this is when they're panting, the beard will drop down lower and through here. Then when they shut their mouth, it pulls up and you got longer hair on the sides. And it's like you have to get it balanced for both when they're panting and when they're not panting. Good boy. So if you noticed, I've been working on that straight up and down look between the eyes. That's been like all over the place. I'm making progress. It's actually tricky to do. But I'm liking it now that I'm getting used to it. When you're doing it on certain dogs that you want to keep that really soft look without the shaved look between the eyes, it's really kind of nice. I'm getting used to it. At first I'm like, I'm not going to be doing that. And then I started looking at certain dogs where it would actually work. And it works on some. It's kind of cute. If it's a dog who's getting groomed every 2 weeks, he's not going to grow so much hair that you can't tidy it in between. Okay, he's dropping his head down. I see too much mustachiness. Is that a word? Mustachiness. So we want to blend that back. We have mustachiness. I lost a customer once, a very well-educated client, and he was really offended that I used a word, something like that, schnauzerish. He had a giant schnauzer, and I used the word schnauzerish. And he was so offended, and he never came back. He didn't say anything, but you could tell that by the very pompous, well-educated look on his face that he's like, that's not a word. Well, if I had a degree like his, would I be grooming dogs? I mean, I think not. Actually, I probably would. Because I love grooming dogs. Turn. Have you ever noticed people getting an attitude because of the improper use of language? Especially like in online forums. It's like they forget autocorrect is a thing, right? Stay. What time is it? 3:08. We're doing good. Stay. So these kind of haircuts are really hard to get super even because they're so loose and full. It's like nearly impossible. They look really nice, but you're not going to get that silky smooth finish. And the clients don't even want that perfect finish because they want them to still have a shaggy effect. Normally with a coat this long for a haircut, it's not a thick standout off the body coat. It's more of a drop coat. So we have the fact that this coat stands out off the body, plus the fact that we're trying to get a very loose looking trim, adds an extra layer of difficulty for sure. It takes a lot of going round and round. When you think about how much time it takes, a dog that is used to this is conditioned for the amount of time it takes in their brain, so they can handle it. Plus he's on a double layer of Paw Mats, which gives him a lot of cushion under his feet. And if you feel too sorry for him, you have to feel sorry for me too, because I've been standing the exact same amount of time. So, and I know everybody, when they talk about dogs, they say, but you have a choice. Well, so does he. When he gets here, he's so excited. He loves to come visit Miss Suzanne, don't you? And if you didn't want to be here, you'd tell your mommy, wouldn't you? Would you tell your mommy? Levi, would you tell your mother if you didn't want to be here? I think so. You need a nap. I suppose I could put him up and let him rest while I work on his brother and see how he looks in his kennel. See what he looks like when he perks his ears up, when he tilts his head, and all that good stuff. That's another nice thing about dogs who come every 2 weeks like these do, is if it's not perfect today, we can always tidy it up next time. So, one other thing I've been noticing about this shampoo and conditioner that I want to mention is, you know how when I'm normally working on dogs that have a lot of hair, and I'm constantly trying to keep the hair clippings off the table because they get all caught up in the longer hair, like the tail and all. I've noticed with this product, because normally it kind of felts into the tail and it's a problem, you have to keep brushing it out and it gets all felted. I've noticed with this, it doesn't get caught up in the tail, and if you do have any, it just shakes right out. Don't know why, but I guess it's the lack of static in the product, in the hair after it's used, but the hair just doesn't seem to stick to it. So I'm going to let him have a break, look at him on the floor, and get cleaned up and ready for his brother. And then we'll probably come back to this one. I already see something I need to fix. After his brother's done, we'll come back and work on him some more. It's a good See, once you put them on the floor, they look a whole lot better than they do on the table when they have that much hair. Once they shake it out and you're not like focusing in on it, that's when it really looks pretty, doesn't it? I really like that length on him. Isn't that brush fantastic? I'm loving it. Look at the fluff on that dog. 1 like to 200. Come on, guys, give me a like. If you like that fuzzy puppy, give me a like. Woohoo, 200 by 319. Let's see how many views we got. 17,717 views so far today. Let's finish disinfecting the table and then we'll wash Bandito. You're so pretty. It's a lot quieter than the other one, isn't it? That was the only reason I replaced it, is the noise. Too much noise. Oh shoot, I forgot to do Levi's nails. When I get him back on the table later, don't let me forget to do his nails. Can you believe this little brush penetrated that coat? That's insane. If you would have told me that would happen just looking at it, I'd say no way. No way. Not happening. All right. I have Smart Style. Yay. All right, to the tub with Bandit. And Tito, hello. How are you? I'm happy to see you too. Hello. Get back here. I'd put him over there. Hello. Levi can be intimidating. That new little brush penetrated his hair.
Really?
I blow dried him with just that brush.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. Yours is on the way, Kat. You're gonna love it.
Don't lick the soap. Yuck. Yucky. Just a couple more minutes. Just gonna soak.
Good boy, Bandit. Archie, the dachshund's owner, had fun watching him get groomed live today. Here you go. I shall return. take a minute and change my microphones. All right, success. Turn. Come on, you can do it. Good boy. Good boy. Turn. No, you're me dog. You're me dog. Oh, he's a sweet boy. He's a sweet boy. Good boy. I always smile when I think back to his first 5 or 6 grooms here. He was such an obnoxious little booger. Wait, up. Let me comb your tail, weren't you? Were you an obnoxious little booger? Yes, you were. Yes, you were. And now Miss Suzanne just adores you. Yeah. All right, let's go put him in the back. I'm gonna wipe down my table and then we will do Levi's nails. So I'm so pleased to hear. I just read what Dottie wrote. She said, okay, Leo, just about finished. Barely any webbing in the coat. Just changed my method of hands-on work. Minimal touching, squeezing of the coat while wet. Did the go-around like Suzanne mentioned, brushed all directions. So while the go-around, what we're talking about there is instead of focusing on one area and brushing it completely till it was brushed out, what the go-around does is you're brushing the outer layer of the coat all the way around the dog. So that means you're breaking up the ringlets. And then you start working it with the line brushing all the way around. I usually do it 3 times around the dog. And that really works, doesn't it? Because you're breaking up the outer ringlets, right? It makes such a huge difference. I'm so happy, happy, happy. Way to go, Dottie. Because as much time as you spend on his coat, you know, it's all about technique. And if you're spending that much time brushing and combing and combing and brushing, you know, you shouldn't have the webbing problem at all. It's all about technique. So yay, Dottie. And now that you have that, you should find it being smooth sailing from here on out. Seriously.
Come on.
And you've got a dog with the most challenging kind of coat to take care of, Dottie. That is the most difficult. So getting it down is not easy.
Stop. Stop it.
Will ya? Back it up. He thinks he's going home. He's a little extra excited right now. He didn't know he was getting back on the table.
Behave.
No, sir. You're too big to be pushing on me. Good boy. Good. Stay right there. Good boy. One.
Text some people about appointment times for tomorrow before I answer them. Have you answered anybody?
No. We also have a message on the phone. Go text your mother. If I tried to scissor over him again right now, I'd have to completely rebrush and comb his coat. So we're not doing that. He's good enough. Oops, wrong one. Put him here. I did Levi's nails. Thank you. see here. Woohoo! We're at 22,000 views. Alright, I'm going to clean my table while you watch the bouncy boys. And that's one of the reasons why I love sharing what I'm doing over and over and over again all day, every day, is it's really helping people to develop techniques to maintaining their dogs at home. And that is so cool. Or working with them, or holding them for brushing, or teaching them to have their nails done, all those things. it's so fun to be able to share stuff to me. And I think the best part is I'm learning right along with you. I'm always trying this or learning that or changing this or, you know, this and that. And I'm not like here trying to be a thus saith Suzanne. I'm just like, oh, let's try this, you know.
Regarding your Google profile ranking and visibility status. Due to the 2026
Over and
platform
over and
update,
over
your
and
account
over.
requires
Can't somebody
constant
make it
coverage
stop?
to maintain your current position.
Blocked. Somebody make it stop. Clipper oil. It's not full, but I filled up my little thingamajiggy. So, it's a pretty clipper.
Ooh, that is pretty.
Isn't it pretty? My other one had gotten so rattly that I decided to try a new one that's much quieter. Arf, arf. All right. We need to price all the Smart Style bottles. Did I see the pics of his ringlets? No. I don't see it. I'd have to go to your channel, wouldn't I? Did you post it on the group or on your channel? Let's try your channel. Go to channel. So I see the main picture there. He looks very pretty. Look at all that hair. He's so handsome. He looks amazing on the finished Groom pic. Excellent job. So we have one more dog coming at 5 o'clock. I'm gonna let you guys watch the puppers until, okay, I'll wait for the new one. I gotta price all the smart styles. Put some of the smart style in Cat's room. Cat needs a new harness. I'll make her one tonight. Hers is getting a little hairy. Oh, wow. Yep, that's what I'm talking about, Dottie. That's the stuff that you have to break up on the outside of the coat before the brush will go through. And that's what develops the webbing right there. That's a perfect picture of it. So once you break through the ringlets, then you start brushing. So the whole first step's going all the way around the dog, breaking up the ringlets, and then brush. Exactly. All right, Kat, I put some of this in your room. I put some of this in here. So this stuff's really cool. Like if your schnauzer eyebrows start to dry wonky, you take a little bit of it, smush it over the head, like bring everything forward, and it brings the whole beard and eyebrows forward, and it sets them. If you get them all done and the ears and tail are kind of staticky, just take that much, rub it on the ears, rub it through the tail, and it sets it. And if you need to set somebody's part, get the part all combed in, same amount, and go boop, boop, boop down the back across the part, and it sets it.
Nice.
And it dries soft. Or if you need to add curl, that's actually what they're selling it the most for, is doodle curls.
Oh yeah.
So you just take a little bit of more than that and scrunch it, dries almost instantly, dries soft and super curly.
Let's see.
Might work on your curly hair.
Put milk in here.
I got the phone. I help you. Alrighty. Guess what, guys? For all you Levi fans out there, his breeder has 3 identical puppies to Levi. She just showed me one of the pictures. This big, fat, chunky boy with this big polar bear nose and this huge coat. Oh my gosh. I'm like, don't show me that. I'll be coming home with a Levi. And he's looking for a home, this little chunky boy. And she's sending me pictures. And we'll post the pictures in the group. He's so cute. She said the same thing. She's like, don't even show me. She's like, I can't. I know, I want Levi too. He's so cute. But I'm the same way. I'm maxed out. I know my limits. But I would if I could. I told her not to forget to send me the picture. My next dog should be here in about 9 minutes. The laundry's already started. So I'm going to price these for the front waiting room. So we have some in stock. Oh, come on. Don't give me a hard time. Chunky baby. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to go put these on the waiting room shelves. Oops. Dropped one.
you.
Assuming he's your last one for today?
He is.
All right.
He should be finished in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This is Brady. And Brady gets a short haircut. Short. So we're going to clip him down before the bath. So Brady's one of those dogs who does not like his nails done. He's one of them gator rolling Yorkies. But we're going to work on that. Aren't we, Brady? Yeah, we're going to work on it. Let me look at your nails, see how they look today. Yeah, they need doing. Yes, they do. They need doing. Are you going to be a good boy? Are you going to be a good boy, Brady? All right, it's okay. See, Miss Suzanne loves you. Yeah, Miss Suzanne loves you, Brady. All right. So I'm going to clip him against the lay of the coat with a 5-blade. All right. Here we go. Good boy. gonna hurt you. Mr. Sand won't hurt Brady. Mr. Sand loves Yorkies. We're going to trim his face a lot shorter because it looks like he's getting food all stuck in his beard. Messy, messy, messy. And since it's really hard, dried on food, I'm going to put a little bit of eyelid and lash on the crusties to loosen them up before we get to the tub. Because it just doesn't, it doesn't just work for eye boogies, it works for mouth crusties. Softens it. Just gonna let that work on for a minute before we go wash his face. Good boy. Okay. That's a good doggy. So he might prove me wrong and be perfectly good for his nails today. You never know. But what I found from him is he's so perfectly good about everything else, but then goes bonkers on the nails. And some dogs do. So my goal for him is to change his mind. So usually when a dog is that overreactive and they go into that much of a mindset over something like the nails are just one thing that we're doing to them, my finding is that the dog fights so much that they feel like they're in trouble, and then they feel like they're being punished even though you're just trying to get the nails done. And so what we have to do is find some little window of opportunity to tell him that he's not in trouble and that this is not a punishment. That's my goal, that's my hope, is that I can find that window of opportunity if he reacts like that. And I need to get him out of his reaction brain and into his thinking brain, and understanding he's not being hurt and that he's not being punished, because some dogs take certain things as punishment even when they're not being punished. You know what I mean? So that's my goal with him. So I'm going to use up the last of Kat's products today. Whenever she's finished for the day, I empty out her products. Rather than dumping them down the drain, I use them on my last dog. So she's still using iGroom in her tub. So I got some pre-made Groom conditioner. And the shampoo is already made. So we're just going to use half of it and froth it up. Or more than half, actually. Ah, don't do that. Trying to get the lid off. There it goes. Leave a little in there for frothing. Good boy. I can't come to the phone right now because I have a soapy dog. I'm sorry. Gotta use it up. Oh, I know it's okay. It's okay, Bubba. Good boy. Oh, no, baby. It's okay. Oh, I know it. Poor baby. He's a poor baby. Brush your teeth. Gotta have kissable breath. There. Good boy. Good boy. All right. Now, I'm gonna go get you dry. And then we'll do your nails after that. Who's trying to call me? Do I got a phone in here? I do. Grand Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you?
Hi, Suzanne.
All right, just gotta book an appointment real quick. Let's get this little guy dry. So I'm only going to use a stand dryer, and I'm going to plug his ears with cotton because he's one of those dogs who has no hair in his little ears. And so the dryer noise would be too much for him because his ears would work like funnels. And it would also tickle his ears with the air blowing in there. So we're going to try to prevent the tickled ear syndrome, which automatically sometimes we'll get one of these little Yorkies worked up. Most Yorkies grow hair in their ears, some don't. And so you'll see me plug ears on dogs for just the stand dryer or sometimes just the water noise, because the noise and the water and the air bother them. All right, so sometimes us groomers, when we have a power struggle with a dog, like I've had in the past with him on his nails, we think about it, we plan for it, we consider what's going to help him, and, you know, we remember. So even if a groomer says, oh, it was really difficult on this or that with your dog, don't just leave the groomer for that. That's not a red flag, that's a green flag. We're talking to you, we're telling you what's going on, I'm showing you. And so each time they come in, we remember them because they're regular clients, and then we try to think of different things. So will restraint help him? It didn't. Will this help him? It didn't. Will that help him? It didn't. And you can see he's perfect for everything else. So I'm hoping he's going to be really good today. You know, he might just completely turn it off, and I'm hoping he does. But the nail drill's a definite no-go. So what I'm going to do, I have the ears plugged now. I had the ears plugged during the drying. And I didn't even get them all the way dry. I got them like most of the way dry. For him, I'm turning the dryer off while I'm working on the nails. The less triggers, the better. I'm keeping everything restraint and just restraint free, over holding free. All the touch is soft with him right now. And I'm just giving him a minute to process before we get started. I'll probably have to restrain him because if he does what he normally does, he gets so flippy in my hands that I can't hang on to him. So, but I'm going to start him without restraint, and I'm hoping we just won't need it. And I'm hoping that keeping all the soft touch and like going about it a certain way might just totally diffuse him. So as I get started, keeping a light touch, I'm gonna hold the nail clippers and I'm just gonna hold his foot and touch. And so he's already getting into that mode. He's got his foot up, he's rearing, I'm just following him up. And he's looking the other way. That's really good. So I'm just touching the nails. And so because he's looking the other way, that's a really good sign. Good boy. Good boy. See all that build up at top, and you're being perfect. Good boy. But you see what I did? I know that he's got these behaviors. So rather than getting him set up with the harness, getting him set up with the anchor, triggering him into getting him into that mode, I'm changing my whole body language with him. That's a good boy. So he's starting. Just keep everything soft. So now I'm just, without the nail clippers in my hand, I'm just going to touch the toenail. And I'm going to wait for him to look away again. Good boy, it's all right. And I don't want him to feel in trouble, because that seems to be his thing. There we go, good boy. Good boy. So now I'm going to pick it up, touch, and I'm going to hopefully wait for him to look away. He's got his back feet ready in kicking motion, but he's soft. Good boy. He's acknowledging my finger. That's a very good boy, see? But I don't want him staring at it. Right now he's staring at it. I want him to look away. Good boy. Very good. Very good boy. He's starting to kick a little bit more. See? So rather than holding him tighter, I'm loosening up. I don't want him to feel forced. But he is going to get it done. Pick him up. It's all right. See, you're not in trouble. It's all right. It's all right. Good boy. Good boy. And before I go to file him, I'm just going to let him sit for a minute in my arms. I'm going to see if I can pull up his last time around. So let's see. His last time here. It's okay, Bubba. Just letting him think and process. This is actually good for him. Not bad to make him wait. His last time was 6'8". Let me see if I have that video. Content, live streams. Let's look for 6'8". Do I have it? I don't. Crapola. Let's go to the one before that. 4'6". I'm looking at my old live streams where I have video. 4. Is that 4? 4'6". Yes, I have it. So let's go to that video.
This is a
Shush up, Suzanne. Now let me bring you guys up on the screen. Let's see if we can find Brady. So we go to the comments below. Look in the timestamps. Brady the Yorkie. And now I want to go to his nails. See how I did. So here I used a nail grinding tool. This was 2 grooms ago. Bring it up big. Get rid of the chat. Let's see how he did here. Oh, why are we doing that? There we go. So on this one, I decided to anchor him. And you'll see that restraint did not work for him at all. Which is why I completely changed my manner with him this time. So that one was from April 6th. And I'm just holding him in my arms while you're watching this, which is good for him. So I loosened up the harness enough for him to lay down there. Trying to comfort him. But you can see restraint actually upset him more than non-restraint. And that's what I was hoping for today. So I reversed it to do the nails backwards instead of forwards to see if that would help. But if I remember correctly, that escalated as well. Just giving him a minute. That actually went better. So he didn't mind it near as much backwards, but you can see when he feels restrained, he's upset, right? So that's why I have to think about it. And it's like, okay, well, that didn't work and that didn't work. So what do we need to do today, right? So I still have to file them today. I'm going to use a handheld file instead of a nail drill today. See if that helps. But you can see how upset he gets. And that's why I said he's a gator rolling Yorkie, because he will, if he gets into that mode. And this is why I like showing the comparisons as we move forward. And as we think about it and change the procedures and change the way we do it, you know, our clients see this on that live stream and they're like, oh my gosh. And then, you know, you see it on today's live stream and it's much better. So you got to give us groomers a chance to work it out, a chance to think about what's going to work for each individual dog. Some dogs do better with the restraints. Some dogs absolutely don't. You know, and we don't want them flipping right out of our arms and, you know, going off the table. We've got to do what we've got to do. You know, and I'm trying to comfort him. But I think the dryer was too much along with the nail drill. So that's why I changed it today. So that's what I wanted you to see. So now we're going to file his nails, and he's had time to calm down. He's just chilling in my arms while I'm talking to you. That's a good thing. You know, sometimes, you know, clients might think, well, hurry up and get my dog done. But this is part of getting your dog done. This just letting him disengage and letting him relax. That's part of getting the dog done. So now we're going to file his nails. He's not going to like it probably. Good boy. See? Good boy. So that's what I meant about helping him see that he's not in trouble. Good. So he's getting into kicky mode. So I'm not going to send him home with sharp nails. We are going to file his nails one way or another. Even if I do have to restrain him so he doesn't flip out of my arms. But we're going to keep working on it. Good. Good. It's okay. Miss Suzanne's not going to hurt you. Good. See how I'm touching the toe with my finger while holding the tool? Good. Good. So I'm praising him for softening. Good. So what I typically try to look for when I'm touching my finger to their toe and holding the tool is I either want them to look away or look into my eyes. Even that's good enough. He's staring at the door. As long as they're not staring at the tool and dropping their head down. And sometimes I'll go in anyway because of time restraints, but and where the restraints come in handy is if a dog is good boy. If a dog is making me hold them too much or hold them too tight to keep them in my hands or in my arms, then the restraint actually helps because it's no longer my hands holding them. But Good. Good boy. Yes. Good boy. Now I'm just going to hold him for a minute because that was beautiful. Yes, that was beautiful. Yes, it was. It was a very good boy. Yes, you need to know you're a good boy when you're getting your nails done because you're so perfect about everything else. Yeah. It's like the first time a dog starts fighting on that. The more they fight, the more they feel like they're in trouble. And the more of a focused look the groomer gets on their face and the tighter the hands get because you're trying to hang on to the dog. And then the dog starts to panic. And you got to get the job done. And sometimes you just don't have an extra half an hour to sit here and play with it. Sometimes you do, right? Good, good. So I'm praising him because he was starting to drop his feet. Normally his feet are kicked right into me and ready to do that rabbit kicking thing. So I praised him for that. Now he's licking his lips. Good. Now he's looking away. Good. And he's starting to kick again. See his little feet up there? So I'm going to wait for him to soften. Yes, little Mr. Kicky Pants. You're like a little rabbit. Good. See how he dropped his foot? Good. He's looking away. Good boy. He's kicking again, but he's still looking away. Good. Now there's too much resistance and he's looking at the tool. So right now I don't want to go in. So I'm going to hold the tool, touch the toe with my finger, and wait for him to look away. If he will. Kind of reposition him, kind of snap him out of it. Good. The hard part about training a dog for grooming is every time we get the desired response, we go in and do what they don't want us to do. When you're training a dog to sit, you get the desired response, they get a treat. You're training the dog to heel, they get a treat. You're training them to be groomed, you do the thing that they don't want you to do. That's part of what makes grooming so hard to teach to a dog. And we have some clients bring treats. Some dogs will eat them, some dogs won't. Good. It's okay, it's a good boy. I'm not worried about him looking over right now because he's soft in my hands. As long as they're soft, I don't worry about it. It's when they're really tense. Good boy. Good boy. Still a little bit sharp. Good boy. It's okay. Aw, getting kisses while I'm doing his nails. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Wow. So when you're training your dog for this at home, you can use one of these. And you can use this same exact technique, except you're going to have a little bowl of their favorite treats, soft, moist, easy to pop in their mouth, itty bitty treats. And as soon as they're relaxed and they look away, pop a treat in their mouth. Put a treat on top of the file. Let them eat it off the file. You know, find different ways to make this a really positive experience. We have a How to Teach Your Dog to Get Its Nails Done blog on our website at grandstylepet.com. And go to blogs. There's a whole page for the blogs. And it gives you step-by-step instructions on how to teach them to do it at home. Good boy. See how he's looking away? And as long as they continue to look away, you can do nail after nail after nail. When they start kicking and looking back at you, like looking back at the tool, then you back off for a second and just put your finger there. And I'm pressing on the toe with my finger. I'm applying pressure because the tools apply pressure. So I'm holding each toe individualized, just as I'm gonna cut it. Then with the tool in my hand, I'm applying pressure to the toe, because just rubbing their toes isn't enough. You have to individualize the toe, kind of press it and push the toenail out and apply pressure. That's when your dog is ready for its nails. And if they look away while you're doing that, that's really good, like that. All right, I think his nails are pretty good. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, you did so good, Brady. All right, let's get you finished. I also used this very softest brush I had while I was blow drying him. I wanted everything before the nails to be as minimal as possible on upsetting him. So now I'm going to go back with a slicker brush and just lightly brush over that to fluff it up a little. Just a little bit. He deserves a big treat when he goes home tonight. Good boy. Yes, you do. You deserve a big, big treat, because you was the bestest you've ever done on that. You were. That was the best you ever did. There we go. So we had somebody in the chat a few weeks ago who had a Morkie, who had the dog groomed for the first time when it was like, I don't know, an older puppy. And she could see the puppy through the window and saw that they put a towel over the dog's head to try to get the back end done. And it was matted and they were trying to shave off mats, and it was a bad situation for the puppy to be in, with the matted hair and first time at the groomers and trying to get it shaved off. And she was appalled that they put the towel over the puppy's head so they couldn't see, and sounded like she would never go back there again. And I was reading through the chat a little bit while that was being talked about, and I tried to not talk too much about it because I didn't feel like I would be able to make much headway at that moment. But kind of the same thing I'm talking about here with him, is you have to give your groomer some room. So that groomer, you know, was doing the best she could under that situation, and I don't think she was even able to finish the dog because it was being difficult or because the pet parent made her stop or whatever. But if you stick with a groomer and the groomer's trying really hard to work with your pet, just like with him, if his pet parent watched the groom where he was being difficult, that I shared a few minutes ago, they might be appalled that he was fighting so hard and he didn't like that. But give us time to train the dog, to work with the dog, to help to educate the pet parent on, you know, not letting the dog get matted, you know, just all these different things. Give us time to think about your dog, to process your dog, to say, okay, well, that didn't work for this dog. What should I do next time? And then next time comes, well, that really didn't work either. Let me think about this dog's personality, his reactions. What is he doing? What is causing this? And let us troubleshoot it for a while. It can actually take years to work dogs past issues. If you bring them once a month, it doesn't take as long sometimes. But if you bring them every 6 months, it can take till they're 10 years old. I'm not joking, you know? So anyway, it's like, if you like the groomer, and even, you know, if it was difficult, you know, work together to help your pet and to overcome and to find solutions, you know? Because it's not easy. You know, and every dog has their own little personality and their own triggers and their own, you know, fear system and just so many things. But it sure makes me happy when they overcome.
Yes, it does. It makes me very happy, Brady. Yeah, and he gave me a kiss while he was getting his nails done. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy, Brady.
Good boy. All right, that was Teddy and Boogie's mama. She's back, and they are booked every 6 weeks on a Saturday, starting on the 22nd. So if you want to see Teddy and Boogie, for those of you who love them, join us on Saturday the 22nd, and I will live stream them. Yay, Teddy and Boogies. Gonna boogie, woogie, woogie. They moved away. I haven't seen them in a couple years. And I'm excited. So, Boogie was one that we worked out of some issues. Oh my gosh. He was so naughty. And his mama did her homework. And because she did her homework and we were working with the dogs here, she was working with them at home, he went from one of the most obstinate Shih Tzus you'd ever meet on trimming his face to an amazingly good boy. You would have never have known he had an issue. That one was fun. So I'm excited to see them. And they were also the dogs who taught me that dogs love bell pepper. One day she brought them in for grooming, and they'd always bring their training treats so that we could work with them on their behavior. And one day she brought a baggie of chopped up bell pepper. And I looked at the bell pepper and I'm like, seriously, bell pepper? I'm gonna train them with bell pepper? And she's like, they love bell pepper. And I'm like, And they did. And my dogs do too. They absolutely love little tiny pieces of bell pepper. My dogs go crazy for it. Who knew? Apparently I didn't. Good boy. So as far as treats go in our salon, the only treats I give dogs 99.999% of the time are what clients bring with them. And if they don't bring the treats, then the dogs don't get them, because I usually don't like them to have anything outside of their normal diet, with the exception of Coco, the miniature poodle, and Cash the Cavalier. So Cash the Cavalier, they usually forget his treats and they say he has an iron stomach and he could eat anything. And Coco, I just snuck it in one day and it worked. So now she thinks she's supposed to get part of my roast beef sandwich every time she comes. And since it didn't bother her the first time, I'm pretty confident it won't bother her this time. So she gets itty bitty pieces of roast beef. She's a very shy rescue dog, so it's really good for her to have something to bond with me. And usually when they bring food with her, they bring dry dog food for her treats. like her regular dry dog food. I'm like, she wants my sandwich. His people are here and he's not ready. No. And he hears them. Let me go tell them it'll be a minute. It'll be just a few minutes. Alright, we gotta trim a face on a wiggly Yorkie. Are you pooping? Ugh. Hurry up and get done so I can finish you. Good boy. If you missed it this morning, I uploaded a video on how to trim a Yorkie in full coat, starring the senior puppy Maya. A senior puppy is usually a puppy like 10, 11, 12 months.
You made a stinky in my room and I don't have time to clean it up. Because your people are here and I gotta finish you. And it's stinky in here now. You made my room stinky. He's a stinky boy.
Alright guys, we are just about finished. So I'm gonna log off. I thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload. Oh, I still gotta tell you guys who we're grooming tomorrow. I guess I can go check him out and, well, let's just do that real quick. Let's see. Tomorrow we have 8 a.m. Juniper the Yorkie, 9 a.m. Mignon and Dulce the Havanese, 11 a.m. Maya the Yorkie, not the show Yorkie, the other Maya. 12 o'clock, how did she book in there? She shouldn't have gotten there. When did she book? Hold on. Oh, back 7:22. I don't know how that one got in there. Anyway, after that we have Kelson the Schnauzer, Coco the miniature poodle, Sadie the Morkie, Louie the Shih Tzu, and Puff Daddy the Pomeranian, and Radar the Papillon. That's what I have scheduled tomorrow. Starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll live stream all day tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you then. Bye. Today's video was brought to you by our own company, Grooming Safer. I designed the Grooming Safer dog grooming harness with the intent to keep pets safe on the grooming table. This product aids in grooming dogs with collapsing tracheas, senior dogs with mobility issues, and wiggly puppies. The Grooming Safer dog grooming harness is also helpful with dogs who gator roll or rear up during the grooming process. The harness fits dogs from 2 to 35 pounds. We also have extenders for the dog grooming harness, enlarging it to fit dogs up to 115 pounds. I personally make each harness as they are ordered. Order yours today at groomingsafer.com.